welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is 42 degrees right now. We're going to be diddling 50.
Not bad, buddy.
Yep, depending on where you are. Weather is going to be in the 30s and 40s this week.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
What you gonna do?
Looks like we had our good run of fake spring.
I know.
Now that it's real spring, it's back to winter, which makes perfect sense. Kimmy, did you have a good weekend?
I did.
Yeah.
I did. How about you?
Great. How about you,
Got
Tommy?
a lot accomplished.
Okay, good. All right, so a lot of basketball this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Did you watch any of the games?
Zilch.
You didn't watch any basketball?
You didn't even
No.
watch like the Calipari-Patino matchup?
That's the only one I wanted to watch.
It was
and
good.
I missed it.
By the way,
Oh.
wasn't it federal law that all Italians had to
Yeah.
watch that game?
So I'm in trouble.
So I'm glad you brought that up. So as far as like the tournament goes, no upsets. There was only one double.
Some good games, but you're right. It was not like major upsets. All
One
those teams
buzzer,
got
right?
eliminated already.
Yeah, and it was a travel anyway, that game yesterday. Anyway, no, but there's only one two-digit seed left, Arkansas, and that's coached by Calipari, so I don't even really count them. But that the big game this weekend was Calipari versus, what's the other, why am I blanking?
Patino.
Patino, yeah, the old Kentucky boys.
So I'm watching that game on Saturday.
Yeah.
And right after the game finishes, Molly, who follows us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, she writes me, and it's a picture of Rick Pitino.
Mm-hmm.
And underneath it, Molly writes, Tommy's doppelganger.
Yes.
And oh my God, is she right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Mm-hmm.
you look like Rick Pitino.
A
Not the first time
flashier
I've heard
Tommy.
it.
Oh.
I have always looked like two people.
Who's that?
Rick Pitino and the actor, what's his name?
Steve Buscemi.
Yes. It's the skunk eyes that I have.
Okay. But here's what's weird. Steve Buscemi does not look like Rick Pitino.
No, you're
No.
kind of like if they had a baby.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
It's the same hairline, too.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're definitely, you look like you could coach. You have the outfits for it, too.
Yes.
Right, a loud Southern basketball coach. My Lord, I do declare.
And it is weird that those two guys represent Southern basketball,
Yeah.
even though they're both from New York.
Yep, I think.
With thick accents.
I think you just go where the regulations are the loosest.
Oh, yeah.
Which is normally the South.
Yeah, they have no salary cap, as they used to say.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Are you flattered? Do you take it as a compliment when you are compared to Rick Pitino?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Why?
Oh, he's cool.
You got to appreciate his style, if
He's
nothing
slick.
else.
Okay.
He's cool. He's slick. He's underhanded. He's dirty, but not too dirty.
Okay.
You know what I'm
He didn't lose
saying?
his job.
Yeah, let's not forget what happened at that
I
Italian
remember.
restaurant.
I
Okay.
remember, yeah.
Here's the thing, though. She didn't say you are Rick Pitino.
Right.
Like, she didn't say you were
Yeah.
cunning, slick, successful.
Yeah.
She said you
look
like.
I will take that.
No, but I'm saying,
Are you
like,
guys like the same age? About the same age?
oh, good
Probably
question.
close, yeah. I would think.
Because I would be offended if like somebody thought
He's
I looked like
72.
somebody like way older.
I'll be 66, so we're in the wheelhouse.
Yeah, but he still looks younger than you somehow.
No, he does
And he's
not.
been
And by the
coaching-
way, makeup and facelifts.
Makeup?
Makeup, and you think Rick Pitino's had a facelift?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No.
Okay, so
That guy has manicured nails.
Well, yeah.
Legit.
It's got to be on TV.
I think Molly meant this as an insult.
I'm sure she did.
Okay, but you do not take you're taking it as a compliment.
If you look like any celebrity, take it good or bad.
Okay, let's talk about that. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is any celebrity comparison a compliment? Because I would argue you look like Steve Buscemi is not a
Yeah.
compliment.
Like there's some celebrities
work.
that make a living based off of being ugly.
And Steve Buscemi is one of those guys. He looks like he's not a leading guy. He's always that side dude where he's either going to kill somebody or he's going to get killed horribly.
You're right.
Like there's no in between for that dude.
Which, by the way, all of our listeners have been hoping for our Steve Buscemi for the last 30 years. When is somebody going to kill him, or when will he be locked up forever for killing somebody? So, Kimmy, everybody has heard at some point in their life, you look like
Yeah.
famous
Yeah.
person. Kimmy, what famous person have people told you look like?
I'm trying to. So when I was younger,
She's afraid.
no. Well, I was gonna say
that should be
there
good.
was one that
I'm
like
not
I
gonna
was
laugh.
highly offended by, and I was just like, "What the hell?" Somebody told me, and this was like back when I was in like my late 20s, that I looked like Ann Coulter.
The reporter?
Yes, and I was like,
Wait,
I remember being like, I looked at a picture, I was like, "What the
The
hell,
Republican,
man?"
right? And Coulter's the
Yeah.
Republican.
I guess reporter's the wrong way to put it. Well, okay, all right, hold on.
Yeah, she's like a political consultant.
Yes, a commentator
I
consultant.
was
Yeah.
so
Oh, yeah.
offended.
Oh, yeah, that right there.
But again,
Do it again. Oh my God!
She's also like what? How many
Yeah, she's
decades
like 60.
older than me?
She's like
I
60.
was like, what?
Ooh, that's not good. It's got to be. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But when I was like a kid, somebody told me I looked like Misha Barton.
I don't know what that
Okay,
is.
she's not. You trust
have
me,
no
she
idea.
doesn't. She
Yeah.
doesn't.
All right.
She's a blonde actress who is like a heart.
She had a run.
Oh.
Yeah. Kimmy does not run.
No, I don't.
It's got to be worse for women than it is for
Oh,
men.
yeah.
Right? Because being compared to a woman that is a full 40 years older than you would be a big old kick right in the scrot. Well, the female scrot.
Yes.
Yeah. The lips, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I was told one time
Yeah.
that I look like the character Jax from Sons of Anarchy.
No.
Are you talking when you were fat or when you were skinny?
Right when I got skinny. You said no. Okay, I don't know why.
Because
you
of the
think-
beard?
I don't
Well,
know.
he has like long blonde hair.
Well, I had long hair at that point also, and there was a point where he had short hair, and I mean, I see it between you. I see it.
You don't have biker face, though.
Sure, I do.
No, you
Let
don't.
me take my glasses off. Hold on. How about now?
No. No, you
I'm a son of anarchy.
don't take this. I've got to give you a compliment. But, like,
That kind of was a compliment, telling him he doesn't have biker.
yeah, I mean,
face.
yeah, but, like, your face is too smooth to be a biker.
My face
Not
okay,
gruff
I-
enough, but you always
haven't
tell
done
him he
enough
looks gruff.
No, but you haven't done drugs. You haven't slept with like a million women. You never had a venereal disease. Where do you get off thinking you look like a biker?
I don't know why that.
You've never
would-
done meth
I don't.
that I know of.
No, I've never done meth.
Are you talking about you look like that actor or just that actor's character?
I was just told you look like Jackson.
You don't look hardened.
Okay, I
what
look
his name
I
is.
look hard.
No, you don't. First of all, your wife's a dermatologist, so I know she does lotions and
No,
crap to your
okay.
face, Botox.
I don't. Do I look like I've had
beard cream
Botox?
and lotions in your beard?
Look me in the face.
Charlie Hunnam's the actor.
Okay, but he's not famous anymore, is he?
I don't know what he's
Oh,
been
Charlie
in
Hunnam?
recently.
Oh, big time.
Can't even. You ran out of his name at the
He did
end.
that thing with Steve Buscemi
You look me in the face.
where they
You think-
kill each other. What?
You think I've had Botox?
Oh, you've had
don't
one,
know.
yeah.
We can't.
Well, first of all,
confirm.
your wife is a dermatologist, so I know she's like dolled up your face,
No,
man.
I have my doll. My
Got
face is.
too much movement in that face.
The hell does that mean?
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah. Do it again.
She'll cut like stuff off me, but she's never put anything in me. No, I'm serious, like dead ass.
All right.
Like no, but my daughters are now convinced I look like Chad Kroeger, the lead singer of Nickelback, which really bothers me.
How
I
do
don't
they
know
even
what
know
he
who
looks
he
like.
is?
Nickelback's
Yeah.
having a resurgence.
Oh,
And they follow that guy.
No, I mean he's on social media and
Oh,
like
all
he's
right.
on stories and
Yeah.
stuff.
But so far, you don't really have anybody famous.
Chad Kroeger
those,
from Nickelback.
Those
very
are
famous.
famous people.
Oh, I'm sorry. But you think Steve Buscemi's more? How many hits does Steve
Yeah.
Buscemi have?
Many hits in theaters.
252 WCMF. This conversation coming off of Molly writing us on Instagram after the big old Patino Calipari game. Sounds like a dish at Red's. Can I get the Patino Calipari? Thank you.
You know it's on some menu somewhere.
But after Patino goes down, Molly writes us on Instagram and says, Tommy's doppelganger, Rick Patino. And she meant it as an insult, but Tommy's taking it as a compliment because he's putting everything together. Like, oh, yeah, look, he's cool and rich and successful. She's just saying you look old and weathered.
Yeah, but I'll take that.
You're like a catcher's mitt with a mouth.
But he looks slick. He's smooth.
Ah.
He's put together. He takes care of himself.
He
He's
is put
well
together.
groomed. He's well groomed.
I'll give you groomed.
Like those
Yeah.
two dudes are always look sharp, no matter when you see them.
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
I mean, that was that generation of coaches that gave a crap what they look like on the court.
Do you hear this right now?
Yeah,
Do you hear
yeah,
what is
yeah.
that? Not like this guy today. Wear a tie, you bum.
Well, was that Pat Riley? The guy wore like
There's some loud suits out
4,000,
there
but he
still.
started that. Like he wore those high end suits, looked sharp.
Oh, my
Then you
God.
had Boeheim, finger blasted his nose and ears like an ape.
He still wore suits, man.
Nate Oates.
Bro, he wore
Loud
cheap
suit
ass
guy.
Sears suits. Jim Boeheim looks like he shopped exclusively at Sears.
Jim Boeheim's like 6'5". They don't sell
I know.
6'5"
Yeah,
suits at
it's tough.
Sears.
No, those guys go custom. He looks so uncomfortable all the time.
For more NCAA men's tournament fashion breakdown, tune into the break room all week long. What are you
Like
doing?
even the ugly guys used to look sharp back in the day. Who was the guy that coached Detroit? Chuck Daly?
Yeah.
That guy was not even attractive looking, and he looked sharp because he always wore a custom suit, coiffed hair.
You know, the NFL was a game when you'd see Vince Lombardi in his tie and his overcoat with his
Top hat, the
on
whole
the
thing.
top hat. Shut
Oh,
up.
always had a cigar.
Why? Do you remember a couple of years ago the NFL did one game where they put coaches back in suits again?
No.
And they hated it?
Of course they did.
But why would you wear a suit outside to coach a football
Because you look like
game?
the man. Like you look like Tom Landry. You look like you're in charge. Like Tom Landry looked like a coach. It's like
Okay.
Bear Bryant looked like a coach.
Yeah, man. Lots of things those guys did. Let's just stop it at look like a
Tom
coach.
was clean.
Oh, what?
Tom Landry?
Did you not see North Dallas 40, bro?
That's
That's
crap.
all based on a true story.
That's all crap.
Based on a true story.
That's some Hollywood crap they
You're-
were pushing.
Your homework today, Break Room listeners, watch North Dallas 40.
It's one of the greatest football movies. I think it holds up.
I agree with you. I love that movie.
Oh, my God.
Give me
Mac
yours.
Davis is a genius.
Okay, now we're losing everybody. You started losing them with the why won't coaches wear suits anymore? And another thing, get rid of that slam dunk. I'll dunk it when it's worth 3 points. How about that? Kimmy, who is the? Are we drawn to people? Are we attracted to people based on who they look like, who are famous? Like, does your husband have a celebrity doppelganger off the top of your head?
No, and I can't even think of some an actor or a celebrity somebody told him he looked like.
No, nothing. He's just the most unique looking handsome man
No,
ever.
I can't think
So
of like
he's bald and he's got a mustache, right?
Yeah.
So he's got to look like every bare knuckle boxer from the 1920s. Yeah, they're always standing there like this with their fists up.
The Boston Strong Boy,
Yeah.
John Sullivan.
Yeah, he looks like every one of those dudes.
No, he looks like Chef Boyardee before he let himself go.
Yes, yes.
Chef Boyardee before he came up with his meatball recipe. Like your wife. Is there someone you look at? So do you look at your wife and see someone famous at all? No?
I never really thought about it.
Oh, my God. You just have to pick the most beautiful one you can think of. And
well,
say it
yeah,
out
but that's
loud.
going to sound forced,
Yeah,
man.
man. Like everything you've ever done in your relationship, stupid.
What about you?
Carrie Washington. I know you don't know who that is.
I know, but she's an actress. She's been in everything.
Yeah.
I don't see that.
Whoa. Oh.
No, I mean, are you just saying that
Gonna
because she's
sip my
black?
coffee over here
No,
the rest of the
I
day.
think she looks like my wife. You don't think she looks like
I
my
got to
wife?
think of Kerry Washington and your wife.
Yeah. Is it because she's black? Wow, way to double down on the worst possible things you can say. Hey, do you have a piece of paper over there? The most horrific things I can follow up with for the rest of the show. Who would you say my wife looks like? Not Kerry Washington, apparently.
I can't wait to see where this goes.
I don't. I tell you who she looks like.
Oh, but hold on, let me put my seatbelt on.
The woman in This Is Us. The mom in This Is Us.
Never saw it.
Talking about Mandy Moore?
No, the black woman.
Why?
Well, I don't-
It was
I
a black couple.
Why
I,
can't
don't-
my
I
wife
guess
look-
I didn't watch it long enough.
Why can't she look like Mandy Moore?
Because she's not white.
You don't even know what the
kind of would
actress's
help.
name is.
Wow, you are on fire, buddy. Hey, look at Patino handle the pressure. He full court pressed himself.
Yeah, my wife looks like Mandy Moore. And your wife looks like the black woman in the show.
Okay, you don't know her name either,
know.
by the
No,
way.
no,
Not
no.
helping.
Well, she's in another show we're watching right now.
yeah,
And she kind of looks like her.
Oh, is she
kind of.
She's the black one?
Very attractive woman.
Yeah, what do you
Great actress.
Yeah, really? My wife or the woman you're
Both.
watching?
Okay, I
Good.
think if it's who she's like the mom that's the other main character.
Yeah.
All right, what's her name?
Susan Watson.
Susan Watson?
Susan Kelechi Watson.
Okay, let's see. Stand by, everybody.
I'll give him that.
What?
You think this looks like my wife?
Kind of.
Does it
Anyway, I didn't say
Hey,
exact.
Kimmy, does that look like my wife?
I don't see it personally. I mean, but she's a good-looking actress.
Yeah,
so.
take that, yeah. I didn't say it was a perfect match.
Ah, he said, no, you
I'm just trying to pull up black
white-
actresses I know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Really? So bad.
You should have just
Well, I
gone
mean,
with
I'm thinking
Carrie
like
Washington and ended it.
Yeah, you could have just been
Well,
like,
I'm just trying
uh-huh.
to think of like black actresses that are popular. Like, you got Queen Latifah, she's doing really good
Sure,
right now.
sure, yeah.
Was it The Equalizer where she's kicking ass?
Yeah, hold on. Let me text my wife. Hey, honey, Tommy says you look like Queen Latifah.
A young Queen Latifah. I don't know.
Not helping that either, by the way. No wonder you never got laid.
I don't have a lot of black actresses in my head right now. You caught me at a weird point.
You caught.
Yeah.
This is the crevice of my black actress time of
Yeah,
day now.
yeah. If you would have caught me at like 2 PM, I'd probably have a better answer.
Could have gone musician. You love soul music.
I do. I
Uh-huh.
do,
Go ahead.
I do. Oh, like black singers?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of who's
Again,
really-
could have just been any person.
Oh, Beyonce, number one. What?
No, because you've talked about how luscious Beyonce's ass is on the show before.
I have never.
Yeah, you've said.
I have never
You
just-
said she got a big old booty.
Well, she has a nice. She's got nice clippers.
My
sure.
wife or Beyonce?
Beyonce's got a nice
So
clipper.
my wife doesn't have a nice behind.
I don't know what your wife has. I don't know what goes on in your house, clipper wise or other.
We have a dynamite Pick your spots. Got a break up fight this morning here on CMF. Just after 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
We told you a story last week about a 19-year-old from Clifton Springs that was in some serious trouble.
Forgot what happened.
Allegations are that he set a fire at a dumpster at an apartment
Oh,
complex.
the fireman.
You got it.
All right.
That's what made this story so unique, is he was also responding to the fire as a firefighter.
Look at that. Got right there.
We actually discovered this was a somewhat common occurrence, firefighters starting fires for themselves to put out, but that's beside the point. Because the kid's catching a lot of heat, no pun intended, on social media based on what happened. And, it's rare, Tommy, that you will have people come and defend folks accused of doing something.
Yes.
But somebody has.
It came to this kid's defense.
Yep.
Why?
Well, no, it's obvious why. The question is more, would you want it?
Yeah.
Because any random person, you'd go, hey, thanks, man. But the woman that birthed you,
Oh.
we'll get to it. Just after 7 o'clock here at the Break Room on CMF. Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah. What's on?
It's not your imagination. There are a ton more food recalls over the last year or two than there ever have been in this country.
Really?
And there is a new one we have to tell you about. Here's the thing. This might be the biggest food recall you should pay attention to.
Oh.
Unfortunately, people who eat stuff like this will not be bringing any of this back to the store.
They don't care?
We'll get into it next here at the Break Room on CMF. This is something we all need to take seriously now.
What's that?
Well, I know it's hard to get into this habit because for years and years and years we saw this and we're just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Oh, no. But it seems, Tommy,
Yeah.
there are some food recalls
Yeah.
that people will get more freaked out about than others.
Mm.
This should be one you're worried about.
But
The people eating this
yeah.
probably aren't.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. It was a massive problem in the city of Rochester like a year ago. Literally, the sky was falling.
Oh.
And thank goodness, the roads that have been closed for that long are now open again.
Great.
So you would think they've taken care of the problem. Not so fast, buddy.
The hell's falling now?
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Over the weekend,
Yeah.
it was announced that Chomp's Beef Sticks.
Chomps.
Beef stick? Is that like a Slim Jim?
It looks like that.
All
It
right.
sounds like the name of a dog treat.
Yeah, it does.
Chomps.
Chomp's Beef. I'm sure you can give them to your dog if you wanted to. The company that owns them have had to recall 30,000 pounds
A beef stick.
of beef sticks because of potential metal in the meat.
Ooh.
Oh.
Now, I'm not familiar with Chomp's Beef Sticks, 252 WCMF. They look like Slim Jim beef
yeah.
jerky. Yeah. But there were some complaints of customers finding metal pieces, so they had to
Oh.
recall all of those beef sticks. They have also extended it to their turkey meat sticks.
All right.
So now no one has been hurt thus far,
Right.
but the recall is on nonetheless. And Tommy, I think you can draw a direct link between the type of food being recalled and how many people will bring that food back.
And the people that enjoy it on a regular basis.
You get what I'm
yeah,
saying,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And when it comes to packaged beef sticks,
Yeah, if that's in your regular rotation, like a daily stick, you ain't worried about no
Or you just think,
goddamn
I'll
metal.
spit it out if I find a piece of metal.
I'll look. I'll hold it up to the light and
Yeah.
see if anything shinies in that some bitch. Hey, I'm going to eat me some beef stick.
I'm going to go a step further.
Yeah.
Because you said if you had a daily beef stick.
That's in your rotation.
I don't think if you eat beef sticks, you're only having one a
in
day.
Oh, no.
You don't think?
You're having multiple
Oh
beef
yeah, you're
sticks
doing at least 3 rails.
of beef stick.
Oh yeah.
Here's the thing, man. When I was a kid, I loved
Oh.
Slim Jim.
Slim Jim was like the most awesome mini salami you could eat.
It was like the perfect gas station food.
Yeah.
It's road salami.
Yeah.
They sold them at school when I was in elementary school.
Really?
Yeah.
I told you I knew a kid that used to eat them as a sandwich at work.
Slim Jim sandwich.
Yeah. So he'd peel a bunch of them, put them on like an Italian roll, and eat them like that.
Was it good?
It looked delicious.
You never had it? You ever tried it once?
Never went for it.
What are they cased in? Because I do remember like biting them and like there would
That
still be
little
some of
bit
the
of-
casing like sticking up.
The skin?
Yeah, and like it was the same stuff that I think they wrap packages in to send to our
Get
houses.
stuck
it could
in your
be.
teeth
Yeah.
all day.
All right, so here's my question.
What's that?
Now that we have established in this room, if you eat sticks of beef on a regular basis, I don't think a recall is going to
No,
stop you.
no.
What are the power rankings of food you're most likely to return or throw out when they're recalled? 252 WCMF. Because, Tommy, it used to be like no foods.
Yeah.
But it feels like that Boar's Head cold cut debacle last year changed the way.
Scared some people.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, people died.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
died. All right. What is the number one food, Tommy, if it is recalled and it is in your fridge, you are throwing it out or returning?
God, it would have to be some kind of like meat that's gone bad.
Okay, so meat.
Yeah, like something that got into the beef or the chicken.
Yeah,
Chicken's
poultry.
probably number one that I would say that they found like that there's something in it because most people eat a ton of chicken.
Sure, yeah. Well, it tastes like chicken.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. Kimmy, what's your number one?
I was gonna say, yeah, any kind of like meat, cold cuts, something like that.
I thought
Is usually first up.
I was going to hear seafood from both of you guys.
Well,
I don't eat that
seafood.
much
I mean, I don't hold on to seafood that much in the house. Like if you buy seafood, you eat it.
Okay.
You
But
know?
but to your point, like,
I don't have a pound, 5 pounds of tuna I'm saving up for the weekend.
but seafood though, I could see you maybe like thinking about a little longer because it may have been a little bit more expensive to buy. So you're like, do I want to toss this?
You could bring it back.
True.
And by the way, you're not factoring in like frozen tilapia,
Yeah.
frozen
Okay,
shrimp, stuff that
yeah.
people will keep in their fridge and eat over a longer period of
Yeah.
time. So it does feel like, Tommy, the juicier or the stickier the food,
yeah,
the more likely people are to bring it back or
Okay,
toss it.
yeah.
Why is that the
I
case?
don't know.
Do you disagree?
It's not. I mean, if it's not fun food, yeah, we should probably take it back.
All right, let me give you an example.
All right.
So, like, if we told you that the ground beef you purchased had a risk of salmonella, it's going to freak you
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
What if I told you there was the same issue in a box of cereal, potential salmonella?
That's fun food.
So that wouldn't bother you as much.
Well, you may pump the brakes and think about it.
Okay.
Right?
Kimmy, would you agree with that? Are you less likely to throw away or return a box of cereal that has salmonella?
I'm definitely not returning it. If anything, I'm probably tossing it if I'm iffy about it.
Because that story happened last year. Quaker Oats had to put a recall out on Captain Crunch because
and that's fun-ass food.
it doesn't get more fun than Captain Crunch.
Right.
But I would also think you're maybe more likely to throw it away or return it because you're probably giving it to your kids, and that would be the one
Ooh, that's a
chance
good point.
you don't want to take.
Well, what food in your fridge are you not making for your kids? If you have chicken, poultry,
No,
tilapia,
but
whatever.
I think like if it's me personally, I'm more willing to take a risk on myself than if I'm giving this to somebody else.
Why would you take that risk on yourself?
I don't know because it's just laziness.
Okay. All right. I guess I get the but laziness would also be I'm just chucking this sucker out.
Yeah, I'm not dragging it back to the store.
All right, so let's talk about that. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the company that owns Chomp's Beef Sticks has issued a recall of 30,000 pounds of their beef sticks due to potential metal in the meat. It also extends to their turkey.
That's
got
got to look like a lumber yard of beef sticks.
I'm trying to figure out because they look just like regular size Slim Jim.
Yeah.
If each of them are a quarter of a pound.
I can't even be that much, could it? They're so
How
light.
much they weigh?
Yeah, but that would be 120,000 beef sticks.
Yeah.
How many of these things do they sell?
I know.
How do you have 30,000 pounds of beef sticks in the wild right now?
One beef stick's like just over an ounce.
Wait, so that's 16 per pound.
Yeah.
1.5 ounce or 1.15
It's a warehouse of beef sticks.
Kimmy, what's 16 times 30,000?
A lot.
16 times 30,000.
Could be a trillion. Could be a
Hold on.
trillion pounds.
So I do this
Trillion
in our
beef
head before Kimmy gets there. Okay, so
16.
10,000.
I wonder if they sell them worldwide. They must sell them worldwide. Global beef stick.
480,000.
They had to recall 500,000 beef sticks, bro.
So that's a tractor trailer of beef stick?
Could you imagine? Think of how many fat me's you could have fed with 500,000 beef sticks when I was a kid. So the rise of food recalls, it's not in your head. It's not one of these situations where it just feels like it's more.
Are they just getting pickier?
I don't know about that. But over the last couple of years, the number of food package recalls has jumped from 6.2 million in a year to 30.7 million last year.
Wait, different products?
Yes. Almost, it's a 400% increase.
That would have to be like multiples a day being recalled, right?
I mean, it does kind of feel that way, doesn't it? Like every
Would
time
almost have to be.
Every time you turn on the news, there's a new recall. Like for example, last week, Lean Cuisine recalled a whole bunch of their frozen dinners.
Oh, people started getting fat.
Doesn't it make
Not
you
working?
wonder how many of these our parents missed? Because if they didn't catch it on the news, they would have never known about any of these recalls.
100%. But look,
We all got lucky.
Here's the thing. I want to say that I was being responsible dad years ago, but it wasn't really until the boar's head thing happened where I was like, whoa.
Yeah, when you paid attention.
I've probably fed my kids some of this stuff without paying attention.
Sure.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Todd. Hey, Todd, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? I'm surprised you didn't jump on Tommy. All those thousands of beef sticks. It's his dream.
Why, he's in he's well, he doesn't really eat cured meat. I mean, he's a veggie guy.
Well, he just wants to swim in them. Put him in a little pool for him. He can swim around. So, all right. I would return them all. Whatever. I return anything if it's.
Hey, Todd,
bad.
can I ask you a question? Did you try to do a joke and we didn't like it, so then you wanted to do like a serious
you
call?
Just blow past
You just
it.
you hang the phone up. You can't go from bad joke to. Let me tell you how I feel about beef sticks, guys. Guys, we had a lot of fun back there, but we're gonna have some serious beef stick talk now. So, Todd, you do. I'm kidding, Todd. You do return this stuff when it gets recalled?
Oh, I would, yeah. Especially I don't make a huge amount of money, so yeah. That's what my girlfriend says. You return everything. I'm like, yep, I will.
Do you judge that man, Tom?
A guy returning stuff? Yeah. Especially like.
You've had to do this before.
Not when I was single.
Yeah, it was under wife.
I ain't returning nothing unless a wife tells me. I ain't taking no lip off a girlfriend. Like if a girlfriend came over to my house and said, "You got to return that," I'm going, "Screw you."
You are so full of crap.
I will take. I'm not taking any crap off a girlfriend, but a wife, you got to listen.
Hey, Todd, thanks for the call. Good
Stand
try.
up for yourself, Toddy boy.
Good try on the joke, buddy.
Eat the listeria.
You probably should swam around.
You mentioned being with a chick, and she goes, "You got to take that back."
I
He
would.
said he takes
No, you
it back.
wouldn't.
I would.
You never listened to your girlfriend. Oh wait, no, you didn't listen to your girlfriend.
No, I mean they thought I listened to him. If they look, it's about picking your battles, right? Like if she just wants me to go back to Wegmans, I wouldn't have done it single. But if she asked me to do it, sure, I'll go
Like
do that.
dragging it back sucks.
I don't get why you're so anti-return because Todd does make a good point here, right? Like if something gets recalled, That's money you spent.
And
I don't
it's
wanna
something-
be that
especially if
guy.
it's something you bought like a giant pack of. You know what I mean?
What's the limit, Kimmy, on money you've spent where you'll chuck versus return?
$20.
Okay, that's fair.
20
Really?
bucks on like a single. I mean, we're talking like it would be
Food.
like a single item, right?
Yeah.
It had to be
Probably.
food.
Oh, yeah.
So-
Package, whatever.
Yeah, like if it was like a higher end expensive item, I'm probably gonna return it.
But how many things at Wegmans or Tops?
That high end where
Yeah.
I got to take this bologna back, or I got to take back this
Yeah, I'm not
third of
taking
a
back
package
that.
of bacon back.
I
No,
bought-
I'm definitely not making the trip for under $20.
I want to know what $20 worth of bologna looks like. Even maybe you should make a pour, swim around in it. Tommy love a bologna pour, what a hey?
Well, you've never seen $20 worth of bologna?
Nope.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
Why's that?
I just started getting into the long bologna game.
No kidding.
Yeah.
What are we thinking?
Yeah, I just opened up a little kiosk in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Massive Bologna Stick from a stick to your mouth sauce.
You and Ty been getting together writing jokes?
Yes.
Or, yes? Now, Kimmy, here's the thing. I get what you're saying, like on an individual trip going back, it's got to be $20. But like if you go to the grocery store on a weekly basis, more
Yeah.
likely. So if I have this thing and I'm already going to the store,
I have to put it over
I don't
here,
know.
Yeah.
hold the receipt,
Yeah.
put it back,
no,
and
you don't
walk
need
in.
You don't need the receipt most of the time when you're doing the recall stuff. They'll just exchange it or give you like a credit.
All right. I didn't even know that.
At least that's what the story said.
Mm.
I've never done it, but I'm at the point now. Yeah, $5. I mean, $5.
$5 are better in my pocket than theirs.
I mean, I wouldn't say it in that tone of voice,
Right,
but
right,
yes,
right.
I don't disagree with that. Like, look, I got groceries to feed my family. I got to feed my family. If it's
Oh
$10,
my God, you make it sound like it's the 1930s. I got food to feed my family.
Well, it's
we
more
were
so-
just down to rancid peanuts. But you know what? We thank the Lord we had them.
How'd they get rancid?
I don't know.
Those things can sit out forever.
My hands is rancid, and I don't wash my hands much when I fed my children the peanuts. They ate them literally out of my hand.
No, I guess I would understand exchanging it less about the price, more about this is something I need throughout the week to get by. Like I need it for school lunches or whatever. But if it's something I feel like I could just live without for a little bit, probably.
Yeah,
just
if I
toss
can
it.
dump it, anything dumpable down the sink, it's just going, like if it's milk, I'm just tossing it.
Oh, no, milk I'm definitely returning.
Really?
Milk?
Milk, yeah. That's the principle of the thing.
It's sloshing around, going back in there.
Yeah. What's the problem?
Nothing.
Just slosh it. I love how you slosh it to get it out of there. I love how you make it sound like you didn't carry it out of the store.
No,
to
but if
begin
it's
with.
like now it's open, you've used some of it.
Maybe, maybe not. By the way, if I've already
If you
used it,
used it and you're fine, I might give it a go.
well, what
Yeah.
is fine though, right?
I
Because
know.
how
I'm
long
not
does
squirting.
how long does it take for salmonella, listeria, stuff like this to show up?
No.
Well, you got sick that night. You ate raw chicken recently, right? Like I
oh,
almost
yeah.
like, you
That
went
was in,
from
like-
0 to like the trots.
That was in a matter of like 4 hours.
Yeah.
You're right. That did happen. But I don't know like what the standard is. And that's the other weird thing about this, right? We've been doing these food recalls in our country for
Yeah.
40 years.
yeah.
We should have more knowledge of how all this works.
Well, what else? What else do you need to know in bed?
No, I'm just saying like how salmonella, listeria. Like I have no idea.
I thought it came from like animals' asses.
No, I know where it comes. Saying like how long it takes to take effect. What?
Oh, how long before you get sick?
Yeah, because like
24 hours.
It says 8 to 72 hours.
Yeah, see, in between that 24
hell,
hours.
that's a pretty wide swath.
It is, and it also says some people with salmonella. With a salmonella infection, have no symptoms. So that's terrifying.
I wish you wouldn't have said that because now every guy, I've seen that, I've had it 50 times. Never
Well, some people probably doesn't affect, but like I mean, like if I just get like the squirts, so like the worst thing I get is like one hit of the squirts. I don't even know if it's that. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, at your age.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would
it's
say
it's a spin of the roulette wheel every time your rectum opens
yeah.
up.
I would say 1 in 4 of my dumps is totally liquid.
I'm sorry if you're eating breakfast.
No, but that's because I'm on I'm on a lot of medication at my age.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I got the trots.
All
I
right.
got the bad kidney.
Okay. I mean, you're falling apart is what's happening.
Well, yeah, when you get to my age, just, things start going.
No, you're right. I mean, as things get older, they start to fall apart. And
Mm-hmm.
that's a story we saw almost a year ago in the city of Rochester. Problem is, if you fall apart and you die, they just put someone else in that chair.
Yep.
When these start to fall apart, things get dangerous.
Well, now you got a problem.
And a headline in a story over the weekend gives the impression that this has all been taken care of.
Great.
Yeah, but not
No.
not though.
Hmm.
I mean, look.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a politician. I'm not an engineer. I don't know how this
No.
stuff works, but it is a little bit, Kimmy, alarming that it's been almost 12 months and it sounds like they haven't really done anything about this at all.
I know because it says it's still being checked out.
But they said everything's fixed.
No,
Well,
they didn't
no,
know. They
kind
just
of.
changed
Everything?
it. Well, they
In
kinda,
a way,
They said it sounds like it's.
yeah.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. If something is dangerous,
Oh, sure.
it needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And if somebody owns that thing, you think that person would fix it.
Mm-hmm.
Seems pretty simple.
Yeah.
There's a headline over the weekend that leads you to believe that a big problem in downtown Rochester has been taken care of.
Nice.
That is, until you read the actual story.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock, last week we heard a very strange story of a 19-year-old firefighter who was accused of starting a fire that he then went and put out, according to police, with the fire crew that he worked with. It happened just east of us out in Clifton Springs. And we actually found out in this discussion, firefighters starting fires to put out themselves is a more common occurrence than you would think.
Which is a little shocking, but okay.
There's actually like an FBI team dedicated to investigating these things. But, Tommy, it would be hard to find, you'd think, someone that would stick up for a man accused of starting a fire for him to put out.
Yeah, why would you do that?
Well, maybe because you birthed him.
Oh.
And that is where it gets a little uncomfortable.
Yes.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, what?
It was just about a year ago. We heard a story that came from Elm Street in the city of Rochester.
What happened?
A piece of a building between Atlas and Chestnut Streets had fallen off of the building and onto the street. Like
smash.
Yeah, like outside of the building.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like it was being a building, and then it stopped being a building for a while.
Some concrete.
No, it was
Decided to like shed some of the facade.
Yeah, it was a facade, the siding of the building. All right, so thank God no one was hurt.
Yeah.
But the city, Tommy, had to act fast.
Mm-hmm.
They shut down the streets, which had a big-time effect on businesses in the area.
Sure.
We assumed they were going to give the people who own the building time to fix it, and then everything would go back to normal.
Yeah.
Well, good news.
What happened?
After 12 whole months,
Oh, things got to look brand new.
Elm Street has finally once again been open for drivers.
So it's wide open.
Yeah, so that
nice.
means that everything's been fixed, right?
Sounds good to me.
Wrong!
What happened?
Story on 10 NBC said the sidewalks are still closed until the buildings that had stuff falling off of them are deemed safe.
So they didn't fix it, or they kind of fixed
I
it?
don't
What?
really understand because if it's not safe to walk, why am I driving down it?
All right.
Unless they figured out a way to contain it. But it's also funny too in the story. They go, "We put a speed bump on that street." I'm like, so it takes you longer to get down the street, or the chance of things falling on you.
It's a great point. Hurry up! So you asked if they fixed it.
Didn't sound like it.
I don't know, because there's two ways this story could go. Either they did fix it, and they're just waiting for an official to come down and
Maybe.
say, okay.
How long does that take?
I don't know, at least 12 months. Or they didn't fix it, and they just think that it's safe for drivers, but...
Well, nothing else is falling off of it, so it's not going
The
anywhere?
top of your car will protect you.
Okay, it could, but it could be what Tommy just mentioned. We haven't had any issues since.
Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of... Everything that could fall off has.
But see, here's the thing.
Yeah.
They didn't have any issues up until it fell off the first
Yeah.
time.
That's true.
Right? And nobody...
Because it's like siding they put over the existing building,
Yeah.
right? Like they covered it up with more siding.
Yeah,
right?
Years ago.
Yeah.
So there's like another building in there, like another set of skin like a snake.
It's a building in a building. It's like those
Yeah.
nesting dolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Russia,
All right.
except with buildings.
All right. So it's like aluminum siding that went bad.
I mean, Kimmy, I think it is alarming that we have to even ask the question after 12 months, did they fix this building that had stuff falling off it?
Yeah.
And the answer is, we don't know.
Right.
Yeah, we're still checking on that.
But we got a speed bump.
Yeah, we got that going for us.
Can drive down the road.
Turns out it's not even a speed bump. It's just a piece of the building that has been sitting there the whole time. All right, Tom, you can call me old school if you want.
Go ahead, you old school bastard.
But can you give me a clear answer if I'd be hit by falling parts of this building? Seems like a pretty fair thing to ask the city of Rochester, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How in 12 months do we not have that answer?
It's a great question.
Thank you. Thank you.
Because it's up to it's not up to the city, it's up to the guy that owns the building, right?
You would think so, yes.
So it's not like the city could come in and fix it. They got to get the dude that owns the building to fix it.
Sure, but I mean, if I'm the city, I would also like to find that dude who owns the building and be like, hey, listen, we get a lot of people down this way, and see that thing that they own right there? Stuff's falling. It could
But he
fall on
could-
people's heads.
All right. But he could not even live here, right?
Okay.
And I thought that was part of the problem. Like they were having trouble tracking down the individual that owns it, I thought.
How? Why?
I don't know.
How do you not have maybe like
We don't know what's in that building either. Is
no,
it empty?
It might be empty.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like, think about this.
Yeah.
Think about all of your personal information you have to give just to like buy something
Oh, sure.
online, right? You're telling me you can buy a building?
We forgot about that one.
How do you not have an immediate way to get a hold of that guy? Shoot him a text. Hey, building's falling apart. Get back to me at your easiest convenience.
Well, he could say, yeah, just look bad for my house in Fort Myers.
252 WCMF. We're talking about that building down off of Elm Street in the city of Rochester. Had stuff fallen off it a year ago. From that moment, they have shut down Elm Street to car traffic. Over the weekend, they said the roads opened back up. They added a speed bump, safe to drive. Also, the sidewalk is still closed until they can figure out if it's safe. And we don't know if that means nobody's checked it out. We don't know if that means it's not totally been fixed yet. But the fact that we have to ask that question seems like a little bit of a problem.
So I always thought, naively, that the city could say, all right, we're going to condemn this building. It's a hazard.
Same.
Then they just come in with the wrecking ball, knock it down, haul it all to the dump, and then it's just a lot.
Yeah, but that sounds expensive.
It is, but at least the building doesn't kill anybody.
Yeah.
Which can also get really expensive when they sue.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If we're going to measure wrongful death suit versus knocking down a whole building, I bet you the wrongful death suit is way less expensive.
I'm thinking the other way around.
You think so?
Yeah.
And to your point, if they took over the building, maybe there's other things they could do before they knocked it down temporarily.
Duct tape.
Fix some of the
They
issues.
tried that.
That would be funny.
They
as
did
hell.
duct tape. They tried car tape. Nothing worked.
All right, so Kimmy, there are a couple of workplaces where people do their 9 to 5s down there,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I don't know how much walk-ins going on, but I'd assume it's a common area for people to be driving.
All right, so Tommy, whatever weird thing is happening in our lives in the world, we all eventually get used to that weird thing.
Sure.
Doesn't matter what
You
it is.
adapt.
Yeah, it just becomes part of your day. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So let's say, Tommy,
Yeah.
you were walking into work today,
Yeah.
and a piece of brick fell off of our building and smashed right next to you while you were walking up the
I
stairs.
freak out. It's going to kill me.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. So tomorrow they call you and they go, look, we're going to look into getting it fixed. Everything will be okay.
All right.
How long would it take until you are done running into the building covering your head?
I don't know.
Because eventually it will become your normal.
Yeah, but
Eventually, you'd stop looking up.
Yeah.
the trauma of having something fall right next to me, if I just heard the story, it'd be
Yeah.
one thing. But if I actually was the person that almost died from it, yeah, it'd be a different situation.
But I'm telling you, Kimmy's right. At some point, you would stop looking up and running when you walked in
Yeah,
the building.
or I would take alternate routes into the building,
But
thinking that that's going to work.
But even then, you would eventually stop doing that because
Yeah.
you are a man you're a lazy, lazy man.
yeah,
You like the path of least resistance. Do you think it would be more than a month?
nah, probably less than
Wait, you almost got killed by a brick? I was waiting to hear you 6 months.
that. Nah, you know how I am. I have no patience. And I can't focus very well.
Okay, but so for example, when you came in, when we've been walking in the morning, there's
Yeah.
a pigeon hanging out
Yeah.
in front of our
For
door.
years. It's been up there for years.
And you still pay attention to that every time you walk in.
Only because
Like,
I
you
got to
never
walk
got
through
tired of that.
their dumps. It's more about the dump than the actual pigeon. Because I never had a problem with the actual pigeons coming after me. It was just I had that crunchy turd thing I had to walk through every morning.
I never got I mean, it's been months, and I still look up at that pigeon every time I come inside just to make sure it's not going to dive bomb me.
I forget that pigeon's there every
Yeah, and I don't.
Really?
Every
I'm
day.
more concerned of it dumping on me,
Okay.
like taking a dump
Yeah.
on me.
Yeah, you don't want to ruin your shacket.
It's an expensive shack at $45. Come on.
Maybe that fear of it almost becomes part of your normal routine, so you do those checks just out of habit.
Okay.
You know,
It is
like
weird
if you start to do it every day, maybe it just becomes like your norm.
It is weird how no matter what scary thing you're going through, eventually it just becomes a part
Yeah,
of your
well, your
day.
body adjusts, right? It becomes, like you say, part of your day.
Sure, but it shouldn't be that way. I mean, not that it shouldn't be that way like the building. I always thought there were some things you just never get over, but you eventually get over everything.
Or you checking becomes just your norm.
Yeah.
Because I kind of do that with that homeless guy with the stick underneath the stairs.
You
I
you
still
take
look for him
peek
every day.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
I come around the corner, I slow down. All right, he ain't there.
But it's
That's
because
cool.
it's the only guy that'll talk to him. Hey, buddy, how you been?
I don't know what he's going to do with that pointy stick. I'm going to get BF'd.
By the stick?
Yeah, it would work.
You'd
I'm pretty sure it fits.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this. We know how that would work. Building that had pieces of it falling down near Elm Street in the city of Rochester. The road has been closed for almost a year while they were fixing it. Over the weekend, it was announced the road is opening back up, so you'd think that it's all fixed. But no, sidewalk is still closed until they said they can determine whether or not the building is safe. And we don't know what the hell that means. What percentage of buildings in downtown Rochester right now do you think are completely empty?
Empty. Wait, you mean like
Oh.
just like downtown, like commercial buildings?
Yeah. All right. So like.
Completely empty.
So, like, where this area is also where the Cadillac Hotel is.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that entire building is empty.
Oh yeah, it's been like way for a while.
Okay. You've also got the old Rochester Riverside Hotel. So we found out 2 months ago that they're planning on making it apartments, a smaller luxury hotel, and ground level shopping. But for the last however many
Bro,
years.
we've been hearing that for everything in town.
Exactly. But that building has been empty for years. Those are like two like iconic buildings, the Cadillac and that. What percentage of buildings do you think have nothing in
I
them?
feel
Like
like
completely empty. I'm gonna say 20%.
Shut up.
What?
Just guess a number out of nowhere.
No, but it popped in my. You asked me, and I give you a number. And you
No,
say
I
no.
thought we were going to walk through this logic. 20%.
That sounds about right.
Based on what?
20%.
Kimmy, what do you got?
I think we've been finding more and more that these buildings have been empty for a long time just based on the apartments that are going into them.
Oh.
Like all of a sudden there's this new apartment building that's popped up and like, oh no, that building was there. So somebody must have finally filled it. But I'm guessing like a lot of them have just been empty and sitting there for years.
So, have there been people just buying empty buildings and sitting on them until someone will buy them?
But why would they
Maybe.
do that?
Or they
Wait for the price
or they,
to go up.
Yeah, or they bought them a long time ago and just it's like developers out of town that just never got around to it.
It can't be
That's kind
that.
of- but that's what we found out with some of those buildings,
But
right?
even like the buildings
people
that-
bought them and they never did what they said they were going to do.
But even the buildings that are like operational, like what percentage of people? How much is that full?
Oh, that's a good question.
Like, look at that big ass Xerox building.
yeah.
That can't be full. I bet you most of that building is empty.
Okay, maybe, but
Could
at least
be in it.
But at least there's people there making sure that it doesn't fall apart.
Okay.
Right? I mean, that like you're right. Like it's one argument like how much space do we need? The other argument is this building has now become a problem for
Yeah.
people's health.
Yeah.
You know
Like,
what
I don't
mean?
even know what's around us that's full.
This building ain't full.
Yeah.
The one we sit in ain't
There's a lot
full.
of buildings like this that we drive past every day. I have no idea what's in them.
Yeah, you're
And
right.
I don't see anybody like walk around. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Somebody just
that looks
moved,
safe.
they just moved in upstairs. Oh,
Yeah.
here though, this building is
Yeah.
not safe.
No,
I'm
bro,
terrified.
it's an old brick building, stone.
Bro, the other day we came in, the boiler was exploding, and everyone's like, it's probably fine.
I mean, look at our ceiling here. It's old brick.
Why would you make me look up and look at the brick?
Wait, you
that's
just
falling
noticed
apart?
down that's an old brick building.
I try not to look, man.
that the ceiling above us
Yeah.
is got to be over 100 years old.
Oh, it's older than that. This was
Older,
built
yeah.
in the 1840s, I think.
Yeah.
It's according to the sign out front. It's a historic building.
Oh yeah, sure.
No, like officially.
I mean, it's old Irish craftsmanship right here. That's gonna kill you.
Well, look, you can take solace in the fact that if one of us is killed by a falling brick, it'll be the most viewed clip we've ever had on YouTube ever. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
We'll recap this story of a 19-year-old east of us in Clifton Springs who was accused of setting a fire that he then went and put out himself, right? But it was part of a fire department team,
Yeah.
and he's been getting crushed online.
Okay.
You understand why,
All
right?
right.
Somebody has come to his defense. And I know you were confused, Tommy, as
This
to
is
why.
the worst move you can make.
Is it?
There's two people in your life that should shut the f up because they're not helping.
But they're going to be your number one defenders.
They
But
may-
that does not help.
No, but they may be your only.
Yeah, too.
Only.
It's not gonna work, man. Because everybody's gonna laugh in your face.
But it doesn't make you feel good?
Why?
We'll get
when
into
they're
it.
laughing at you.
They're laughing at you. We'll get into it next during the break room. Let's see you, your mom will always be your mom,
Oh yeah.
and she will always treat you like she will always treat you like her child.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be comforting, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not comforting?
It is to a point.
Okay, what's the point,
But
buddy?
yeah, but Mama needs to pump the brakes.
I think this is hard for you to wrap your head around because of something that is missing in your life. In fact, two things.
I had a mother.
Okay, kind of. Well, I'm going by based on what you said.
Kinda.
No, I mean, look, you sit here and crap on the woman every time we open up a mic, and now you want to be like, how dare you?
No, but-
How dare you?
I shouldn't say this, but
But
my father kept my mother in check.
Wow. Wow.
Not good,
But good?
hey, sometimes from bad comes some good.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:25, 7:30, folks looking to save a buck. We're thrilled that this grocery store was going to open its first ever Eastern United States location right here in Rochester.
It's a grocery store?
Yes, we talked about this. They were going up against your boys
Oh, yeah.
right
yeah.
next door.
What happened?
Well, things change, buddy.
Yeah, what happened?
Well,
You ain't got it? You ain't got
do you
it?
hear the glee in his
talking
voice?
crap.
West Coast
Grocery
boys ain't got it?
It may have less to do with this store
Yeah, then what?
and more what's going on with discount stores across America. And we'll get into it just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So last week, we shared with you a story that came out of Clifton Springs, just east of us. A 19-year-old firefighter was accused of starting a fire in a dumpster at an apartment complex and then being part of the crew that put it out.
Johnny on the spot.
He was arrested. He was charged with arson, and you found this very strange, as
Yeah.
did I and Kimmy. And it turns out that this is a semi-common thing.
Yeah.
Firefighters that start fires only to put the fires out. There's like an FBI division dedicated to it. Now, since that moment, this kid facing the accusations has been getting lit up online.
Oh, yeah, he should.
Okay. Because of that,
Yeah, well, who?
10NBC did a follow-up story. They did an interview
Yeah.
with his mom.
Oh, great.
His mom,
What does mom say?
who went to the mat for her little boy. This is the gentleman's mother on 10NBC talking about her son.
So you don't believe that he did it?
I don't know. Until there's a conviction, there's no way to prove either way.
She ain't wrong.
Okay.
She ain't wrong.
Which is what a mother would say. Why would you even interview
Well,
that woman?
Okay, hold on. She could have come on and said, my son would never do this, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. She didn't.
Well, she kind of is.
she's kind of saying, like, reserve your judgment.
Yep.
But she's also saying, not my boy.
I did not hear not my boy.
But no. That's mom speak.
Mom speak.
That's mom speak. Because moms are out of control. Back in my day, moms were not out of control.
Oh, like when your mom went and threatened a nun at your school for roughing you up?
But I had to be literally ripped up like Gordie Howe took me in a corner and ripped me apart.
Your mother is burning in hell for talking to that nun that way. But here's the thing. You want to hear mom speak? Well,
Yes.
there's one more piece here because during
What did she
this
say?
interview with 10NBC, she was asked why, what, how, if it was possible this could have happened.
Was he going through anything that could have sparked this, you think? Or
Not that I'm aware of. He is a fourth-generation firefighter on his father's side of the family. So it's hard to believe that he would do something like this intentionally.
Did you hear what she said?
What?
She pulled that move wives do.
What?
When they want to kind of stand behind you, but they're going to do a little bit of deflection.
I didn't even catch it.
That is such a mom move. You know, he's a fourth generation firefighter on his father's side of the family. So if there is a problem, that's where it started. Not in my genes, buddy.
All right, look, it's not just a mom thing. I do this to my wife, too. Like, if my kids are in trouble, I'm like, you know what your daughter did?
Yes.
It's a mom and dad thing.
Got to get it from your side.
All right, so here's the thing.
What is it?
Mom went on TV to, I guess, defend her son.
Yes.
At least
Give
say,
a little insight.
and at least say reserve judgment.
Yeah.
Tommy, was that inappropriate?
Yeah, she should shut up. All moms should shut the F up
Wow.
and stop doing this because you're not helping. You're making the kid look worse. Of course, she's going to say the obvious. She's going to stand behind her kid. Nobody believes you, woman.
Kim-
If there's anybody that's going to be on your side, it's going to be your mom.
Right, but exactly. So, you know, it comes from a place of love, mother's love for their children. You do anything for your kid, right? You'd even lie.
No, but like to Kimmy's point, don't you want your mom to have your back?
Not in front of my boys, not talking about work or the
Well, but
media.
at this point, you don't have your boys, right? Like you are down
Oh,
when
good
you're in
point.
these types of situations. There's nobody else backing you up.
Yeah, and I wonder why that is. Wonder why mom's the only one there going, he's a good boy.
He hasn't been
Well,
convicted.
definitely,
She's
yeah.
right. She's right. He has yet to be convicted. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because, Tommy, you're always going to be her baby boy, baby
Yes.
girl.
Yep.
Right?
They love you. They unconditional love.
I mean,
Like a dog.
and your mother is way more likely to go to bat for you than your dad is.
Oh, yeah.
No matter the
Well,
age.
your dad might, but your dad's gonna say some wrong things
Oh, yeah.
in the mix.
What do you mean by that?
Dad's just he's gonna say something that he thinks is good, and it's not gonna be good for you.
Okay.
That's all I can say. I don't know what it's gonna be, but it'll be something that hurts you in the end.
All right, here's why there is a disconnect from what this woman did on TV defending her son
Yeah.
for one person in the room compared to the other two.
What's that?
You have never been a parent, and
I have
your
not.
parents have been dead for a long time.
Yeah, but I know parents.
No,
and I've seen
you
families,
don't.
and I've watched TV.
Look, man, there is something in you that when you see your child going through something,
Hurting.
yeah, you feel like you have to act.
Right.
And I don't think that ever goes away. And the fact that you've never had that bond with another human being, and that I'm not judging, I'm not
No,
criticizing.
but he-
just call my loins dead.
No, you got dead loins. What do you want from me?
Dead ass loin, boy.
Dead ass, weed killer ass balls. I mean, you've never had that experience. So for you to sit here and tell moms to shut up, you don't have the background to understand why she would do what she did.
Okay, so I'll give you that. You're right.
Oh, hands up, ladies and gentlemen.
But in the history of the universe, has it ever helped the individual who has the negative spotlight on them? No.
No, you didn't let us answer.
No.
Well, I mean, I would think of all the people in this room, your mom would have had to defend you the most throughout your life.
Yeah, probably, but she didn't.
But how do you know?
how do
Maybe
you
she
know?
did.
Because my old
Maybe
man
she
kept her in
defended you
check.
to like other people. Maybe she defended you to your dad sometimes
I
and made
doubt
things
it.
better for you.
You don't know what was going
I
on.
mean,
behind
maybe,
closed
but
doors.
it didn't go anywhere. Because I told you, like, my father, you were guilty till proven innocent. Like,
Sure.
as soon as he heard, I know he did it. I know he did it. You know, I did.
No, but here's the thing. That was the same dynamic in my house.
Right.
My old man felt that way. My mother was the one that would go to bat for me. And I never saw her do it in front of me, but I know it happened behind closed doors.
Didn't help.
I mean, but here's the thing.
Didn't move the needle in my direction.
Whether or not it helps,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't feel good that there is always one person that
To the individual, yes.
Okay, so maybe
But to
that's
everybody else watching this situation, it looks sad and pathetic.
Okay.
To me.
No, but you said everybody else to me.
A
That's two different things.
non-breeding, dead loin, dead inside individual with no soul. Yes.
Thank you. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this 19-year-old firefighter from last week who was accused of starting a dumpster fire in Clifton Springs, that he was then part of putting out as the fire crew. He's been charged with arson and arrested. His mother, over the weekend, did an interview with 10 NBC. She said that he is innocent until proven guilty, and she's right. She then said she doesn't understand why he would do something like this. He's a fourth-generation firefighter. It doesn't sound like something he would do. How about this then, smart guy,
Go ahead.
since you know it all? When is the age mom should stay out of it? What age does it hit?
I mean, as soon as they have friends and they have a girlfriend and they have,
But that's when you're going to get in the most trouble.
Amen, sister.
yeah, but as soon as you start sprouting hair, man, once pubes show up, when the pubes show up, the mouth goes shut.
I would argue,
Pubin is it.
Pubin is it?
Mhm.
I would argue that's when you need your mother to
Yeah.
stand up for you the most.
Man, you want your mother marching down to school because we know those women, and nobody goes, wow, that's a great mom there, barging down and banging on the doors of the school to defend her son.
You don't want it all the time, but if your kid is really in a bind and there's nobody else on his side, I think as a mom, like people might judge you for not saying something.
Oh, good point, Kimmy. Do you not love your child? You not love your child? Grew in you, inside of you? I mean, look, man, if you're in a bad spot,
Yeah.
and even your mother looks at you and goes, you make me sick, that would be devastating.
Okay, yes. But how about you just shut up instead of being a gas can? Because that's all you are, is a gas can.
Is every mom guilty of this?
Oh, yeah.
It's like my mom did this with girls I dated. Like when we were together, oh my God, she's so wonderful, greatest girl you've ever seen.
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
my
yeah.
God, you're so lucky to have her. The second I would break up with these girls, I never knew what you saw in her. She was never good for you.
And how do you trust somebody? Because every mom does that. How am I supposed to trust your lying ass when you pull these moves?
One of my favorite Eagles songs of all time.
You can't hide.
Trust you, idiot.
You can't trust
Nope,
your
I'm done. I'm out.
ass.
Yep, it's finished. It's off the greatest
Even
hits
though
album.
Daddy loves that ass.
Shut up.
Well, I'm sure he does. He loves your mother's ass.
Look, I knew that my mom was full of crap, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, it did make me feel. It was a little bit warm. Like, yeah, screw her.
But here's the thing: like my mother, like one thing my mother always did was defend my father, which was super embarrassing because he was a huge piece of crap.
Like to who? To you guys
Everybody,
or everybody?
like, stop picking on him. You shouldn't say that because people would point out that he's such a dick, right? And it wasn't when somebody do it. She was from that generation.
Yeah.
Tammy Wynette, stand by your man.
Mm-hmm.
She looked like a complete imbecile supporting this jackass.
If I were you, I would be very careful with what you're saying right now.
Why?
Your wife wouldn't go to bat for you?
To a point, but
My ass!
she would also call me out on my crap.
I think she tries to help people understand you.
Yeah,
She may not, they may not understand your jokes.
Yeah, but she may also like cut bait pretty quick.
She's got a Tommy to English dictionary. She ain't cut bait yet, man. She had plenty of
I
chances.
know.
And every time you open your stupid
And I can also
mouth.
understand her having to justify and defend because you you represent each other. So like whatever you say, she's almost like defending herself.
Yeah, how did you become the spokesperson for the couple? What you were saying, I'm sorry.
I forgot what I was going to say.
I don't know. You look like you're ready to talk.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. Kimmy, would your mom do something like this? What this mother
Defend Kimmy.
Did for her son here?
I think so, but I do think if I asked her not to, she wouldn't.
That's
Okay.
a good woman.
But
That's a good woman.
I
Knows her
think
place.
that she may ask before she went out and did it, but she would definitely want to.
Here's the thing, but
But that's a great mom to have in your corner, one you can control. I mean, control and helping out.
Mm-hmm.
Do what I need you to do.
like there is so much. I'm not a therapist, but it's so obvious something is happening here. Like even I think I could lay you down on a couch over here, but let's
yeah.
talk through this relationship you had with your mother and why you're the
No,
monster
because you
that
didn't
you
put
are
your
today.
balls in my eyes.
I would, ass at you. Mm-hmm. No, like I mean, Kimmy. To be fair, in this situation where this mother goes and does
I
an interview,
totally get why your mom would want to do it.
no, I mean like we,
Yeah.
we don't know if she even asked her son if because
right,
you
no,
said if
we
you
have no
asked,
idea.
she could have
No.
just done this
Somebody
without
just
telling
could
him.
have
Yeah.
came, knocked on the door, and yeah.
You know what sucks about this whole thing?
What's that?
Because look, man, I don't disagree with the idea of being an adult. Your mom going to bat for you is embarrassing. Like, please just stay out of it.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I don't want my mom
Right.
going on Instagram to every guy that writes mean things about me and being like, "That's my son. How dare you?"
But she doesn't have that kind of time.
But you have to admit, okay, I can't even look at you because you
No,
don't
I'm
know.
listening.
I'm going to talk to Kimmy.
I'm enjoying your show.
Kimmy, you have to admit, it does feel good when mom goes to bat for you. And it's very possible that your mother will be the only person who will always be on your side
Yes.
your entire life.
Yeah.
Like you just said it. Your wife will call you on your BS.
Mm-hmm.
Your dad's siblings, best friends, coworkers will call you on your BS. It takes a lot for your mom not to defend you.
Yeah. But just watching her do that looks sad to me. It looks like a pathetic move, you know? And I kind of question the woman.
I've watched you defend friends
Yeah.
that have done horrible stuff. And they
horrible.
didn't come out of your uterus, bro.
No, but what?
No, you've done it all the time. There's a guy who is burning in hell right now, who I despise, who you'll even defend.
Well, because
Can I give you a hint? We'll do sound effects on the air.
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, my wiener whistle wasn't working. I guess burning in hell. And even you were like, well, hey, man, you didn't raise him. You didn't raise that man. Nobody raised that man.
Well, he was a piece of history,
Yeah, crap history.
bad history.
Crap history.
Piece of history
That
crap.
it may be, yes.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Bill. Bill says, I agree with Tommy. You don't want your mom fighting your own fights. If you got in a fist fight as a 15-year-old, would you want your mom to come and punch that kid in the face? Okay, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
True. True. No,
Oh, now you're trying to loop back around after I reminded you that you defend all kinds of terrible people? You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of like psychological effects it would you'd have if like if you never felt like your mom was in your corner or like your mom wasn't somebody you could count on.
We're looking at it.
Yeah.
We're looking at it right
You're
now.
a lone
His
wolf,
mom
baby.
came to his defense.
You go your own way.
Lone wolf says man who lives at his wife's house. A lot of wolves squatting in other caves. All right, let me ask
Because
you
like,
here.
even if she punishes you for whatever you did,
Mm-hmm.
I think she'd still, if somebody else jumped in on it, she would still have your back.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's much the
Yeah.
way that, you can make fun of your siblings, but you don't want anyone else
Nobody
making
else,
fun of your
yeah.
brother, right?
Yeah.
Like, let me ask you one question
Yeah.
before we move on.
Yeah.
As we wrap up this conversation, this mother of the 19-year-old accused of setting a fire and then putting it out with the fire crew out in Clifton Springs last week. You say a lot of bad things about me. And it
About who?
About me, and it hurts my feelings.
Oh my God!
hurts.
That doesn't come back my
It
way.
deeply hurts my feelings, and I can't believe you would say these
Yeah,
things.
yeah,
And my mother listens to this show.
yeah.
God bless her.
Yeah.
Let's say one day.
Yeah.
Right? She goes to the Pittsford Wegmans. She works around the corner.
Yeah.
She goes, hey, Buster Brown. She's poking you in the chest. My son saved your career.
Really? That's what you call save my career?
How dare you? I don't want to hear you. What do you have to say for yourself? I don't want to hear you say anything ever bad about my son again. What would you say to my mother?
Well, I would have to look up and say,
She might be one of the few people that are actually shorter than you.
that's not where I was looking up from.
What would you say? What would you do?
They're jokes, woman.
No, you wouldn't say that. You'd be a
I know,
bitch.
no, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to say something because he'd be hiding under a table somewhere, avoiding any confrontation with your mother.
No, but that's what's funny about it is he's done that before. Like
Yes,
in rooms he's been
yeah.
with my mother, he gets really
Yes, he
uncomfortable.
does.
But here's the thing: even if she got to you where you couldn't hide, you'd be like, "Yes, I'm sorry. You're right.
Well,
I'm sorry."
I would be
Joking.
very cordial, but it happened at your wedding.
Pat's mom?
No,
Oh, I was going to say Pat's
your husband's grandmother
Oh,
came
yeah!
over
I
to the
forgot.
table, and she goes, Who's Tommy? And I said, hi. And she goes, I am so-and-so's grandmother, talking about your husband.
Yeah.
And I don't like the way you talk about my grandson.
Great. It was great.
Well,
And I had nothing.
yeah. What are you going to say to grandma?
I'm now being faced with the consequences of my action.
Plus, she was a pretty physically imposing woman. I mean, she looked like she could take care of herself.
Oh, this reaping is so much fun. Oh, now I gotta sew. Oh.
Hey, by the way, I'm giving you kids money.
Your kids.
At the wedding, and it was your wife. Your wife was giving the kids money.
Well, yeah, but from the group.
By the way, you were sitting at a table full of people you've insulted.
Yep. Yeah. Oh. Ooh.
Whole roundabout.
Crowley.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yep.
Terrible time, Timmy.
John DiTullio.
Yep. There was not a person
Yeah.
at that table that you have not
By the way-
viciously destroyed.
So, same table could say the same thing about you.
No, I'm
You
trying-
insulted everybody at that table.
I've never insulted John DiTullio in my life. I will never insult John DiTullio. He's one of my favorite people in the world. They can see you doing the hand motion. You know,
there you go.
just
There you go,
because
right
I
there.
do a great John DiTullio doesn't mean I don't love
Stop.
John DiTullio. That man makes you feel like $1 million every time
He
you see him.
does.
Oh,
He does.
buddy, you look great. Missed you. You look so slim. Oh, they're talking about you. Always good things. Let's take a break. I mean, this is disappointing for folks that are looking to save money.
Oh, God.
And I know you're going to try and do a victory lap because you think this has something to do with your store.
Oh,
But maybe it doesn't.
what happened?
Well, look, this isn't the only discount store that is going through this right now. And, Kimmy, we aren't sitting on the edge of the end of discounts, are
Because I
we?
thought we were just like, it was like the new hot thing.
Yeah, it was. And it's a new hot thing that didn't even get to get hot.
Ooh.
Now it's cold. We'll tell you what isn't coming anymore.
They went bust. They get
No,
bad.
they didn't go bust.
Where are they then? Where's your sign? Where's your front door?
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see, MF. This was welcome news for the majority of folks in the greater Rochester area.
Oh, great.
Well, everyone but Tommy.
Oh.
And it was pretty surprising, Kimmy. This out-of-state small operation was going to move right next to one of, if not the best, grocery store in America.
Oh, shoot.
Well, it looks like that dream's dead. And with every...
So evil.
No, I just don't get, like, you don't own stock in the
No.
company.
Doesn't affect you at all.
Can't pull for the home team?
Everything going on economically right now, is it possible that these stores may not even be able to exist anymore?
But that doesn't make sense.
Why not?
Because if everybody's coming up short, these should be doing well.
You got it. But if everything is more expensive, how are they selling anything?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45 this morning. Great news. St. John Fisher University will once again be popping come August.
Oh, I thought that wasn't a done deal already?
It's not a done deal
Yeah,
for
not
the
for
rest
the-
of our lives.
So, like, every year it's up for negotiation?
Seems like it.
We'll get into it
Oh.
just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. So back in June,
What happened?
we saw a story that Tommy Muley did not believe. A new grocery store to our area was going up against our crown jewel.
Mm-hmm.
A store called Grocery Bargain Outlet was moving in right next door to the Wegmans on Highland Drive.
Yeah, that strip mall right there.
You got it. And their hook, they were a deep
Oh, yeah.
discount store.
Low as you can go.
They bought excess supplies from companies, stuff that they made too much of or stuff that wouldn't sell.
Yeah.
But that allowed the company, at least according to them, to sell items at 40 to 70% less
70% pet
than the average American grocery
on
store.
cream corn.
And when we told this story initially, Tommy, you didn't like this at all.
No.
Why?
I mean, it isn't one of these fly-by-night hot shots trying to take a shot at our guys.
What do you rush now? Fly by night, that grocery store. But like Kimmy said, it doesn't affect you in any way.
Yes, I love
Right.
Wegmans. I want to see them thrive.
Well, but Wegmans would still thrive. You're not going to go buy 70% off cream corn.
Oh.
So how would that change your day in any way?
Because of what they're trying to do. They're trying to take down Wegmans,
They're not. They're trying to offer an alternative to
which
folks.
is taking them down.
Oh, okay. By the way, that announcement wasn't their only one. They also now announced a couple weeks later they were going to open a store in Webster. The store was picked out. The lease was signed. The town was ready to hand over the keys. And
Yeah, what happened?
now they're not coming.
Not at all. Huh?
Why?
Story in the DNC says that Grocery Bargain Outlet has decided against moving into the Northeast. These were going to be the first stores in the Northeastern United States.
Couldn't cut it.
The town of Webster said the deal was done. Now, by the way, there's no word on Henrietta, but the permit stuff that was in the window of the store is now gone.
Yeah.
And it looks like, Kimmy, we are not going to get this deep discount grocery store after all.
Couldn't take the heat of the Northeast, baby.
They didn't even open. How would
Yeah,
you?
couldn't even get there, man.
Okay.
I mean, it sucks
Can't handle
for,
the number one coast.
sucks for
We number one.
I think they're from the South, aren't they?
I thought they were from the West.
I thought it was like Texas.
Oh, well, that's like a different part of the South.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
I feel bad for towns like Webster and Henrietta that were planning for these things to fill that space, and
Yeah.
now it's just not happening.
No, you're right. Especially
We're all bum shopping.
I mean, I would assume it had to be a pretty big area that they were going to fill.
was your quote just now?
Where the bums shop.
No, he didn't say where the, but he said, "Where are you?"
Bum
shopping.
Because
huh?
it's bum shopping, man. You shopping is super low. Low shop.
Kimmy, it feels like this might be a small look into a bigger issue.
So what's the issue?
Well, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. COVID brought the discount grocery store to the masses, right? People that never dreamed of stepping foot in an Aldi's, a Price Right, a Big Lots, all of a sudden saw that, one, the deals were really good.
Yeah.
Two, the food was not what they expected. It was better than what they expected. Three, they could sacrifice some creature comforts of grocery shopping for the money that they were saving. But as grocery bills kept going up, things had to have gotten tough for these stores, Tom.
So you're saying those don't really offer the discounts that you thought?
I guess-
Because everything went up in price?
I guess what I'm asking is, how can you sell things at a discount when week to week you don't know what things are going to cost if you're these stores? Like, what's the price of eggs going to be? What's the effect of these tariffs? What countries that the stuff is coming from are going to be
Okay.
affected?
All
How,
right.
how much will the food we sell cost us to buy? Right? Like, I
But
mean,
I always thought, even if my thought was, even if the prices go up, their prices are still lower than the big, like
Yeah.
Wegmans or Tops
In
because of that.
comparison.
So even though it went up, it's still your best buy.
maybe
Or you're saying like you thinking maybe now there's no difference?
Well, let me put it
in a lot
this
of
way.
stuff?
No, I mean, maybe it's not that there's no difference, but like for example, Wegmans, Tops, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's can just raise prices because they have a built-in loyal customer base.
Yeah.
You are never leaving Wegmans.
I don't look at the price.
Okay. Well,
I don't. I just shop for what I want.
the discount places don't have that loyal customer base. Folks go there for cheap.
Right.
And if it ain't as cheap as it used to be, the fact that it's still cheaper doesn't matter. They're going to complain that it's not as cheap as it used to be.
Because it was worth the deal to go out of your way to go to those places. And when it becomes now it's not really worth my time for that small amount of savings, you're going to skip out and just go to the most convenient spot probably.
And you mentioned loyal shoppers,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
But like some of those discount joints now have loyal shoppers. Like Aldi's has loyal shoppers now. So that discount shopper, the low shopper, is already going to Aldi's, and that's like their spot.
They're not low
No,
shoppers.
I don't mean that
People looking to
derogatorily.
save
I just
money.
mean, yes,
Overall, it's cheaper, yeah.
Aldi's might be an outlier here because Aldi's has kind of gained a cult status over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and they're all over the place now.
But places like Price Right and Big Lots and other stores like that, I mean, they don't have that loyal customer base. And I think what we're talking about here, we've actually seen happen in our backyard. Big Lots is closing all of their stores.
Yeah.
And when we asked why Big Lots had fallen on hard times, Kimmy, you remember, folks called up and said, Big Lots is not as cheap as it used to be. Do you remember those calls?
Yeah.
Right?
Meet your daddy's Big Lots.
Is that Big Lots deciding they were going to charge more than they did? Or did they have to charge more because the stuff was costing them more? Because when you're making less money per product, selling it at a discount, when prices go up, it buries you.
Yeah.
Right? There's not enough money to be made. And that might be something we should keep an eye on over the next couple of months.
Well, and when I can now also find that same thing I'm looking for on Amazon, and I think it's easier to shop that way, especially for stuff that you could find at Big Lots, because I can even compare different types of that whatever item I'm looking for and seeing like the difference in price. So I don't know. I'm sure like that also cuts into a place like that too.
No, I mean, to your point, when COVID hit, I had this chili that I really liked. And the chili at Wegmans got ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, but it was a hipster chili.
It wasn't a hipster
Yes,
chili.
it is. It's a hipster chili that was sold in the hipster can aisle.
Hipster can aisle. What aisle is that?
Was it that Annie's or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hipster chili.
Well, you didn't have to go driving around
Vegetarian.
looking for it. You could just Google it.
I bought it by the case online, and it was
Yeah.
like half the price. So I stopped buying that chili at Wegmans, and I bought it by the case and had it shipped to my house because it was so
Chili's
much
here.
cheaper. Yes, it was great. Kimmy, you know what it's like to see 24 cans of chili sitting on your front step?
I don't know what that's
I
like.
know what it would smell like.
It's an invigorating experience. 252 WCMF, and we're talking about this store back in June, we found out that Grocery Bargain Outlet, a store that sold food and groceries at 40 to 70% less, according to them, than the average grocery store, was going to move in to Henrietta on Highland Drive right next to Wegmans. Well, it turns out that store and the one planned for Webster, it doesn't look like they're coming.
Tanked.
The company says they are not going to expand outside of their locations already,
Good.
staying out of the Northeast. And we've seen Big Lots fall on hard times, fall on their faces. I mean, is this going to be a discount store problem moving forward? And if that's the case, this could be a massive problem, Tommy, for New York residents.
Why?
Well, you just said, I don't look at the price.
I don't.
When I go grocery shopping. You're unique because a recent, that's not a compliment. A recent study showed that over one half of New Yorkers have gone into debt in the last 12 months to pay for groceries.
Well, that's not true. It's not true.
I have the study in front of me.
Because that's
You
such a
did not
vague-
hear that until
No,
just now.
that's a vague statement.
I would assume
what
credit
are your
card debt.
thoughts?
So they're saying like they look at all their expenses and they've trimmed everything down, but now groceries are causing them to go in debt. Not every other bad decision they make
You
with
hear
their
this
money.
guy right now? Like, if you even question his grocery store, he immediately turns into 1%er Tommy. You know what it is? If you'd stop buying lattes, the foam cream lattes, and the $7 breakfast sandwiches.
The money we piss away in this country. Come on.
You just said you don't look at prices
I know,
at the
I know.
grocery
and
store.
you are the one buying those lattes.
They are good.
I mean, it's not hard to believe that just over half of New Yorkers have grocery bills on their credit cards right now. Is that hard to believe?
But I think that's always been the way.
It has not, at least according to this study.
All right.
I love how I give you information that has been sourced by people who know how to do this. And you've never heard that information before, and you immediately go, nah. Let me tell you why it's wrong. Nah. Let me tell you why it's wrong by using myself as an example of the thing that I say is wrong. I mean, Kimmy, have you ever gone into debt buying groceries?
Well, I was going to say, I think like when I look at my credit card statement at the end of the month, I by far and away spend the most on groceries like throughout the month. It doesn't even come close. It's more than our energy bill. Like it's more than
Yeah,
most
but you also married an
monthly
exotic
bills.
animal.
It is amazing for two people how much we spend on
But
groceries.
the boy eats.
Yes, yes, he does.
I mean, you're a family of 4.
Kinda, yeah.
But what do you want him to do? Eat less? He's a firefighter.
I
And
understand.
I-
don't
what,
even-
you want your house to
yeah,
burn
like,
down?
To your point, I feel like we don't over. It's just stuff we need. We're not buying anything like crazy at the grocery store.
You counting this?
That's
Not
not
at the
groceries.
Yeah,
grocery
that's
store.
produce.
They don't sell that at Wegmans.
She's counting her
Well, that's-
burnable produce,
That's a different bill.
her left-handed lettuce, her downtown smokes.
And I know a
that
lot of
going
home.
in there.
I know a lot of home growers, so we save there.
Don't say that into a
Oh,
microphone.
you can legally grow at home.
Yes.
I don't. I know people that do.
Stop. What are you doing?
What?
Okay.
Why are you so worried?
Oh, you're such a narc.
You narked yourself.
I said people.
Okay.
People, green people.
They are allowed to have their plants.
They are. We're moving on from the conversation about the plants, the burnable left-handed lettuce. I don't know, man. Like, as someone who grew up going almost exclusively to discount
Well, you ate
stores,
low of your family. You did. Everything was a bargain.
It's just what's weird to me about
Like you never smelled fresh food till like you left home.
Fresh food.
Like that. Oh my God, that smells so good.
I just find it weird
Huh.
that you draw the majority of your self-worth not from your job, not from any talent you have, which you have none of. It's where you spend your money to buy groceries.
Yeah, I guess.
No, like that's weird.
Right.
That the thing you take the most
It's a crown
pride
jewel.
in. No, I mean
Your nutrition is one of the most important things. Ask your doctor or wife about nutrition.
it's a business. It's a business.
Yes, it is.
You can get nutrition from any store you go buy stuff from. You
Nah,
can.
There are different levels of nutrition.
Look, man, Price Right's got vegetables. Aldi's has vegetables. They got meat. They got milk. And look, I love Wegmans. Don't get me wrong, man. But there are people that are looking for a less expensive
They're looking
alternative.
for a deal, and
Well,
I
no,
get
it's not
it,
a
man.
deal, man. It's survival. At
You're
this
looking for that. I get it.
What is that?
Yeah, money.
You just again, I don't look at the
Shopping
price tag.
chintz.
Like the other funny thing, just to go back a
What's
second.
that?
I'm sorry, because I'm trying not to scream in your face right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're making
We
me
head
so
over
mad.
to Price Chintz.
The way that you ate back in the day, you want to talk about set money on fire?
Oh,
You
yeah.
ate sushi every day for lunch.
I did,
You
bro.
ate prepared food every single day.
But to my credit, I was always using my home equity line of credit to purchase sushi and alcohol when I was single.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Dave. Hey, Dave, how are you, buddy?
Not too bad, you?
Good, man. What's up?
Well, Tommy, I think you're full of it. Before COVID, our grocery bill for a family of 7, we were spending around $1,000 to $1,200 a month. Now, it's over $1,800. I've sat down and done the bills. Groceries have gone up quite a lot.
All right, so let me ask
Wait,
you.
you got 7 kids?
Family of 7, 5
total.
kids.
Family of 7.
Yeah. All right, so Dave, let me
That's a
ask.
whopping ass family, man.
Yes, understood, but the
Or maybe you need to sit down a little bit more and stop having so many goddamn kids. That's why your grocery bill. You got 5 kids, man. What do you?
yeah, but
Think
think
the
of what
1940s.
Think of what he would have spent on rubbers had he not gone the other way. Same price, Tommy. Same price. Dave, let me ask you: have you gone into debt paying for groceries?
I will say I have had to cut down on certain things. You know, it's one of those things. You got to look at the prices. You go, okay, I can get 10 pounds of something for $5, or the 20 pounds is only $7.
What the
gotta
F
look
are
at
you
the price
buying
per
20
pound.
pounds of?
Rubbers.
Oranges, rice, potatoes. You know, you got.
Sounds like a list for a
look
cruise ship.
No, it is funny. Like, David, tell me if you've had this experience too. Like, you start going back into like the
Math mode.
Well, no, not the math mode. The recipes of
Oh.
your grandparents to try. Like, okay, this is cheap. This is gonna go long.
We're
this is
having
what I'm
rice
going
and
with.
potatoes tonight.
What can I throw in the
Yeah,
crock pot?
and I will say I have been lifelong. Wegmans has been a part of my life for the past 42 years. Okay, and recently I've started going to the Save-A-Lot, the Aldi's, because their prices are cheaper. you look at the price per pound, like ribs, okay? We go through 3 racks of ribs for a dinner.
What are you, the
Okay.
Flintstones?
Wait a minute. All of a sudden, he's eating high-end ribs for dinner.
Ribs aren't that high end, man.
They're pretty high-end, bro.
You can go to Save-A-Lot, get ribs $1.89 a pound.
Sounds like
Right.
you're doing a live read.
Yeah, but those are hoary ribs.
No, they're actually really good. And you go to
No
Wegmans.
whore in them. I tasted whore. There ain't no whore in my pork, son. There ain't no whore in my
I got 3
pork.
dead ones in the basement. They don't taste the same.
All right, on that one, Dave, good luck with your groceries,
How's that
buddy.
did
Have a
go?
good rest of the
Yeah.
day. See what you did? You pushed him to
You
dead
did
horse in his
that. You
basement.
did that.
Your fault. Let's take a break. Well, how about something free to do for fun?
Let's
That'll help.
do it.
That'll help.
I like free fun stuff.
So this summer, you will have another opportunity to go experience this for free. One of the biggest stars in the world, right in front of your face,
You're kidding me. For free.
for free. Yeah, I mean,
Superstar.
yeah, absolutely. And you had asked a question earlier, and that seems to be the case for the rest of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
It will be every 12 months. We'll find out. Are they coming back?
Oh.
We'll get into it. It's good news.
Right.
Next, here in the break room on CM. They're back, baby.
Who's back?
At least according to reports. And it seems that for the rest of our lives,
Yeah.
it'll be a year-by-year wait and see.
So no commitment.
Well, that's just it. There used to be contract. There is no contract.
Yeah.
And eventually this will come to an end. But I am curious, what is the thing in this franchise right now that keeps this team coming back?
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Story on News 8 over the weekend says I quote,
Yeah.
the plan is for the Bills to hold training camp once again at St. John Fisher University this coming season.
Good.
It will be the 25th year they're here, with the exception of the 2 years they missed because of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
It is the longest the Bills have been at one spot for a training camp.
Eva?
You got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. So the MVP is coming back to Rochester. And it used to be that the Bills would go contract by contract.
Yeah.
They'd sign like a 4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7-year
Oh,
contract.
last year.
Yep.
What's going to happen next?
But Kimmy, for like the last 5 years, they've been doing it year by year.
Yeah, and I think for a while we kind of thought, well, this is their final goodbye. This will be the year that ends it here,
But
based
at
on what they've been doing in Buffalo.
But at one point, this was the nicest training facility in the NFL.
The training camp, yes.
Yeah, the other teams were coming to check it out. So, I mean, and McDermott seems to love it.
Okay. So,
He likes getting away from Buffalo. I
Okay,
thought.
so you can never really tell
Yeah.
because they only ask those questions in Rochester.
I know.
Yeah.
And McDermott and Josh Allen and
Gotta
GM
say
Brandon
great
Bean,
things.
yeah, they're
Yeah.
always really good at saying the right things, right?
True.
So I always take all that with a grain of salt. But what I am curious about
Yeah.
is who has the final say on whether or not they come and do training camp in Rochester. Is it Terry Pagula and his ties locally to
Got that
Fairport,
too,
right?
right,
I mean,
yeah.
because, his kids have family here. His wife is from here, right?
Right.
Is it McDermott, who, like you said, wants to get away? Is it Brandon Bean? Is it Josh Allen? Because Josh Allen, I do believe when he says he loves coming and hanging out with the guys because they play that nerdy game and he gets his
it's
turkey
kinda like
burgers.
it's almost like going back to summer camp.
Well, they're going to keep Josh happy. So, number one, whatever that kid wants, if it's doable, he's going to get it.
Do you think that Josh Allen has enough power in this
Oh, yeah,
franchise
right
to
now?
move the entire team 60 minutes down the throughway?
Think
for
of
a
how
month?
much value he's added to that team in
Oh,
the
yeah.
5 years he's been
Yeah.
the quarterback. He's completely turned it around.
It's Tomonomics. Think of the added value from Josh Allen
What is he in 3 of the highest rated regular season games
of
Yeah.
the last season. Yeah.
of the last 5 years?
Yeah, no, look, I just want you to think, though, the work and money that go, the amount of people, there's hundreds of people
Yes.
that have to pick up
Yeah.
and move to
Organizing.
Rochester,
Yeah, I know.
right? Like,
Do you also think partly it's due to their success in recent years where they don't want to change up that routine because it's like, hey, we've been here this long, gotten off to a pretty good start every season. Maybe let's not change what's working.
good question. It's funny you say that, considering that from 2000 until
Right, it was
7 years
not
ago,
great.
it was a
Not-
disaster.
All right, so the reason they came here originally was to sell season tickets, right? Because they figured like 20% of the season ticket holders were from Rochester.
Yes.
All right. So now you got this new stadium that you're going to have to fill, and it is expensive.
Yep.
I would think they want to stay here because they need another market to sell tickets to fill that goddamn stadium.
No, actually, I think that would be the reason they would leave, and
Why?
they would bring training camp to Toronto.
I guess, but where would you put it in downtown Toronto?
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's, the greater Toronto area. There's got to be colleges that have fields you can go do it at, or that city would build them a facility if they
yeah,
asked
I
them.
guess. But
Like,
why
I mean,
aren't they already there then?
It's a great question. I
Because
don't know.
they're gonna struggle to fill that stadium.
I mean, look, there have been reports that they are way behind projected numbers.
Makes
on-
sense. It's gonna. You've been saying screaming this for years. It's too much.
Hey, man, but nobody wants to listen to me. Oh, it'll be good. I get to look
no,
at
I
it.
saw
on
the
TV.
ratings. Yeah, nobody wants to listen to us ever.
No, now that you brought it up, I would assume that if
All right,
they were
take it.
trying to sell season tickets, they would go to a more affluent community.
All right.
Because I know Pittsburgh's got money, but they ain't got 40,000 people
No,
that wanna
I
pay
understand.
for a
Yeah.
PSL, right?
Yeah.
All right, so like there will be a time,
There'll be a time.
thank you, where this is all over, right? And we can't be anything but happy. We got a nice long run,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't know if that's 2 years from now or 20 years from now. But it will be when somebody's gone. Whether Josh retires or is no longer with the franchise,
change.
McDermott gets fired,
Right.
Bean, or Pagula hands over to his kids. Like I'm dying to know what the tie is that keeps them coming to
Yeah.
Rochester. It can't. Is it Pagula? It's got to be Pagula.
Well, Pagula writes the checks, obviously, but beyond that obvious thing, who's in his ear.
Yeah, because you're right. He wouldn't say, this is how we're going to do it. I mean, do they
Right.
make enough money coming here on advertising where they can't say no to it? Because I would think if they did training camp in Buffalo, they would get the same amount of
I
money.
would think so too.
But
Unless
would they draw a crowd like the way they do here because it's so unique and it's so nice there and the way they do the. I mean, it's like going to a country club to watch a
Yeah.
workout.
Do you want to draw a crowd? Because McDermott isn't the biggest fan of having fans.
No,
there.
but I mean that's how they're
sometimes,
going to make their money, right?
I mean, yes.
Selling the merch.
I mean, I would guess the merchandise they sell is like the smallest amount of
yeah,
profit.
they didn't even have a. Did they have a merch?
They had the fan wagons.
Oh, okay.
Fan wagon. Those things have existed since I was 4. I do not
Oh.
know how they still move.
And
Because they
I
used to have
also-
that huge merchandise set you had to walk through
Yeah.
before you went
was
onto the field, which was genius.
Pretty impressive too. Like, that was a
Oh, yeah.
sizable store.
It was so genius, it cost too much money, and they stopped doing it. That's why you are not a businessman.
Well, the Chinsies won't spend.
Tomonomics.
I mean, they would definitely draw in Buffalo. They do that blue and red scrimmage, and I don't know what numbers they got last year,
They get
but it was
40,
packed.
50,000 people just to come out and watch the team practice.
Yeah.
So why aren't they doing it at like the University of Buffalo
a
or
good-
at the actual facility?
Again, I mean, it could just be either there's so much money to be made here,
Mm-hmm.
or it's become a tradition that they don't want to break.
And maybe they like it that it's just far enough where these guys they're all staying together for the most part, whereas if they were in Buffalo, they don't get that same camaraderie because they're just going home at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah, good call. 252 WCMF. Again, we got Facebook messages coming in. We're talking about how a report on News 8 says the plan is for the Bills to hold training camp once again at St. John Fisher University this summer. Dan writes, why do you guys think the Bills would ever leave Rochester? It's been good to them. Because
Well, they were obligated to before.
but the majority of NFL teams have started staying home.
Like they build their
Yeah.
own facilities
Yes.
right there.
Exactly. Like they spend so much money. The Bills just did this. They spent $100 million on their practice, indoor,
Yeah,
outdoor,
they're
weight room,
quite
all this
So they
stuff.
got it all right
Yeah,
there.
and these coaches want more control. You can keep the media at bay. You don't have people watching your practices, so they'll have like 2 or 3 open practices per summer where the fans can go out to, and that's all they do. More Facebook messages coming in from Mike. Mike says when they open the new stadium, that's when they'll go back to Buffalo and have the practices there.
So you think they'll build the facilities there to match the stadium so they won't need to come?
But there's nothing with the new stadium that
Yeah,
has anything like
they
that.
already have it all. They
Yeah.
don't
Oh.
need to build it again.
And like they're still going to be across the street to train. They're not building a new training facility. Where the training facility they have now is where they're still going to train.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, that would be pretty stupid. You spend all that money, and
Yeah.
then 5 years later, you knock it down.
Mm.
So,
All right.
yeah, I mean, it looks like they're here for a while.
All right, so
Watch.
enjoy it.
I know.
All these years we've been saying, oh, this is the last year. Now we go, it looks like they're here for a while. Last year ever. Buffalo Bills, Rochester, New York. All right. To get to the pros, you need to play your way up.
You got to practice.
Well, you do need to do that. There are some high school athletes that have become part of a pretty uncomfortable video that has gone national from the great state of New York. Did you see what this girls basketball coach did?
Oh, yeah, that's like all over.
You know it's from our backyard.
It is?
Yeah, not far.
We're going to recap if you haven't seen it. And this take that Kimmy has might be the greatest take she's ever had on this show.
I couldn't
Because
believe it when I saw that little detail.
But here's the thing, Kimmy. It
Yeah.
goes for coaches,
It was for a lot of jobs.
co-workers.
Yeah.
I mean, look, once you hit this point, there's a liability. And we will get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. This is not a bad theory from Kimmy,
What's that?
but if she's right, it sucks. Because you want to believe that person that's been around the longest, has seen the most, would have the most to offer you,
Yeah.
would be the wisest. However, this story shows the darker side of being around for a long, long time.
What happened?
Well, folks will revere you, Tommy. They'll look at you as more than just an employee. And it can lead to some very uncomfortable situations. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:25, 8:30. Speaking of legends, we lost one over the weekend.
Who did we lose?
Household name, man. But what's unique about this guy is the reason he is a household name is not even close to the most impressive thing he did. In fact, he may be the only athlete whose most famous event was the worst loss of his career.
Oh, yes, you're right.
However, if you're one of these old guys, if you're an old guy, you probably love this man. He is also the reason why you hate every modern athlete in America. We'll get to it just after 8:25, 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, there was the NCAA tournament this weekend.
Yeah.
But it was basketball all over the place.
Oh, yeah, what else?
New York State girls high school basketball tournament wrapped up. Aquinas had a heck of a run, 2-point loss in the championship game.
Wow.
Hold your heads high, ladies.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, those are not the kids we're going to talk about here.
So what happened?
Another team in the tournament made national news after an incident on their sideline after the game.
Was it after the game or
Yes.
during the game?
It was
Okay,
after. I think it was after the game.
Oh.
Okay.
Jim Zulo is a New York State girls basketball coaching legend.
Jim Zulo?
Jim Zulo.
Okay.
He is 81 years old.
He's 81, still coaching?
81. He has been coaching since the 70s. He was inducted into the New York State Basketball Hall of Fame in 2006, and he did retire. However, he came out of retirement to lead this girls' team he's coaching now. In fact, this girls' team, according to the story, won the state championship last year.
Oh.
They were in the state championship this year. He won't be coaching ever again.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have come back.
An investigation is underway after a video shows the 81-year-old man pulling one of his players' head back by her
he yanks
ponytail.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a yankaroo.
Yeah.
An Australian yank.
It's a Bobby Knight move.
It is so uncomfortable to
Oh, yeah.
watch.
Yeah.
So, again, the incident happened after his team lost in the state championship. And the girl is crying about, if you haven't seen the video,
It's disturbing.
the girl is crying about something before the incident. And it looks like she's got some kind of issue. He then pulls her hair back to get a good look at her face,
Well,
I
like, get
guess.
her
Get her
attention?
attention. I don't know what.
But
the
he
hell was thinking.
basically assaults her.
Yeah.
There's no other way to
to the
describe
point
it.
where the other girls on the team were like physically uncomfortable. They start like getting in between them.
Which was awesome, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, as disturbing as that video was, the fact that those teenage
They're
girls,
like, this isn't right. Get the hell out of here.
they got in that guy's
Yeah.
face as he's pointing at them. They're
Yeah.
yelling at him. No, they're moving the girl down the line
Yeah.
to get her away from him.
How those girls did not beat his ass. Literally. I am really impressed that they held back. 'Cause I thought, like, he's going to get his ass kicked.
That
I'm
one,
sure there were some parents that wanted to.
I mean, Tommy and I were talking about this off
Yeah.
the air.
Yeah.
Like, look, you know I'm laid back sports day,
Yeah.
right? If
Can you imagine?
I could not contain myself.
Right.
If that
And
happened,
you
not even if
shouldn't.
that happened to your daughter,
I'd
but if
be-
that happened to one of her teammates.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
I'd be down the stairs. I'm telling you, there's 3 or 4 girls that aren't even my daughter
Yeah,
that if
that's
that happened to,
right.
I'm going down the stairs, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that aside, it is not easy, as you said, to watch this old man do what he did,
Yes.
then continue to scream at the girls who are defending and trying to
Pointing
protect.
back.
Yes, exactly. Now, Kimmy, you saw this, and there's been a ton of takes all weekend
Yeah.
about the
Yeah.
video. You had what might be the best take I've heard.
Well, I said when I saw this video, I thought, man, that's bad. And then I saw his age,
81. 81.
and I thought to myself, it was only a matter of time before this went horribly wrong.
Like, he stayed around too long.
Stuck around too long. Like
Yeah.
in your 80s, like no matter where you work, sure, like you've probably done things in the past at that job that you could never in a million years do today, right? So like even if you stayed up with the times and how you're supposed to be and interact with coworkers, eventually that person's going to do something that their coworkers are going to look a little sideways at, right? Like you maybe brush it off like, "Oh, he's just old, he doesn't know any better." But it's going to happen and it's going to be uncomfortable.
Tell me she's wrong.
I mean, it was as ugly as, pretty ugly. As ugly as I could get.
But I mean, that take
Yeah.
And I'm
overall.
thinking, like,
You say-
at,
yeah.
at 81, if this guy has been coaching as long as he has, maybe he did get away with stuff back in the day that nobody said anything about. I
Well,
mean,
you're going to hear from those girls.
We don't know. I mean, maybe this was a one-time only thing, but I'm guessing if you've been around that long and there were things that you could get away with back in the day, I could see why that wasn't a second thought.
I mean,
in his
look,
mind.
in this specific case, it does seem like that's not something you do just one time.
Right.
Of course.
Like he had experience
Not,
doing it.
you wouldn't be that comfortable doing that.
But along the lines of her point, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
I'm
no.
sorry. Like when you stay around too long, right? We see it in sports all the time, especially with kids. Like
yeah.
their coaching style is not a mix with modern
especially
ideas.
when you're working with kids.
Right?
Yeah.
Their age maybe makes them crankier than they should
No,
be in
sure.
certain
Less
situations.
patience.
They say things like you said that they don't mean, but they end up in
Yep.
trouble. By the way, this coach has been fired. He did issue an apology to the school and the girl whose hair he pulled.
Wow.
No charges filed yet, but the investigation's still open.
Yeah.
But I think this also goes past sports.
What's that?
If you stick around anything too long, the same problems will present themselves. And it sucks for one very specific reason.
What's that?
252 WCMF 252-9263. You should be able to get all types of wisdom from the person at your job that's been around forever.
Yeah. They've seen it all.
You should be at an advantage if your kid has a coach that has been around for 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
Right? What situation have they not been in? What emergency could they not handle? They've been doing this longer than some of the people they're working with have been alive.
Older than this building.
But why does it rarely work out that way?
It does.
No.
Why? Can we explain it?
Because again, I think you just, over time, you get comfortable doing things and you learn that you shouldn't be doing those things that way, but not everybody adjusts.
So that's all it comes down to is adjustment, being willing, have
Or just seeing why you shouldn't be doing those things or why you should be doing it a certain way.
I mean, to have that growth means you had to have paid attention.
Yeah.
okay,
right?
yeah.
Or you could have been that guy that's been doing it the same way, saying the same thing for 40 years.
Especially
That
if you've
has-
had success.
Has success and has never paid attention to the outside world, which is my brother.
Okay.
You become that guy.
Okay, look, I know.
There's two types of guys. Guys that pay attention and guys that just set in their ways and that's it.
But here's the thing. I know it's easy to like be like, oh, old guys suck.
No.
It's not what I'm saying here.
I understand.
Because there are men and women who have that wisdom and are kind and
They
share that
grow.
with
Yeah.
you. Yes, exactly. Why is it so hard for that to happen? Why is that such a rare occasion? Because look, man, if you're around long enough, you do see things around you. You would
Right.
have to consciously plug your ears, close your eyes, and go la 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 la
Yeah,
for like
yeah.
30 years.
Yes.
Like, look, we bust your balls all the time. You figured it out, and you don't pay attention to nothing.
I didn't hear what you just said, but I agree with you. Yes. No, but I guess it's because you may see the things that have changed and you also don't like it.
Okay.
So we're going to do it my way,
Okay.
you know? Because, like, the one guy that's going to get nowhere fast, kid comes in here and tells me what to do. I've been doing this for 30 years. That guy, you're not going to change his mind.
Okay.
It has to constantly remind you how long he's been there.
Sure.
That's the number one guy that is never going to listen to you.
Yeah, but I mean, I disagree with that too. I get the idea of you're going to show me enough respect where we're going to work together. I'm not saying it's right, but I don't think that makes that person a bad person.
Okay.
No, you disagree?
So I have a semi-buddy. Actually not. But big shot in radio.
Okay.
He goes to the Midwest. He's taken over this whole area of the Midwest. And he goes into one of these radio stations, and he goes to talk to the guy that's been running this radio station for like 35 years.
Okay.
Same station, doing it the same way. He goes in and sits in the office with the guy, and the guy looks at him from his desk. Now, this guy is a big shot from the West Coast. This dude is a nobody outside of Columbus, Ohio. You know what he tells him?
What's that?
Because I've seen you guys come and go. So I don't care what you got to say. I'm going to be here in 5 years when you're gone. Bye-bye.
Oh,
That's what he tells the guy.
oh good
That's
first
his-
meeting. Good
Yeah,
first meeting.
And that's his boss he's saying it to. And he thought like that was a logical way to intimidate a guy that could fire the entire station in a second. But, you know, he's set in his ways, man.
Okay. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this video that has gone international. It's about a New York State high school girls basketball coach, Jim Zulo. He's 81 years old. He's been coaching since the 70s. He's a New York State Basketball Hall of Famer. He came out of retirement to coach this girls team just east of us. The video shows him after a loss in the high school girls championship game. He pulls one of
Yanks
his
it.
yanks. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm not
Yeah.
even describing it the
I
right
mean,
way.
her head goes back.
It's a Woody Hayes moment.
Yeah.
Like you look at it going like, you got to be kidding me, man. You have no self-control. And that's the first thing I look at. This guy's got no control over himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. And after he yanks the girl's hair, she somehow gets away from him. He's still yelling
He's
at his
still
team.
pissed off.
He's pointing, and the other girls, God bless them, man. Credit to them.
Oh.
Get in
They
his
defend their
face. And they're
teammate,
they're
yeah.
trying to protect her. They're moving her down
They
this
knew it
line.
wasn't right.
He's been fired. There's an investigation into what's going on. He issued an apology to the girl and the team. But Kimmy's take, I think, is right. Sometimes you just stay around too long.
Yep,
Yeah.
stuck around too long.
And it sucks.
Should have just called it quits. the
These
first
old
time.
guys,
Yeah.
can't get rid of
No,
them.
but that's not what I'm
Sit here
saying.
run their mouth all day.
I mean,
make fun of them. Make fun of their mother.
No, look,
you
they're
gotta figure like ego does play into it at some point because,
Oh,
like
yeah.
I said, I think it only makes it worse when you have success doing that job that you
Yeah.
can point
Oh, yeah.
to. It makes you feel even more untouchable for some reason.
What do you do with that Hall of Fame plaque?
question.
take it down fast. I don't think the New York State Basketball Hall of Fame is going to have a problem being
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
the ghost of James Naismith is not standing over the Hall of Fame. But no, look, again, you
Yeah.
keep making this joke. Hey, shoot him down. I know we bust your balls a ton. But I find a lot of value in the wisdom of people that have been around. Not you so much, but everybody else.
Everybody else.
No, but like, look, when you can bridge that generational divide,
Yes.
really good things happen. It should.
Yeah, you
That,
grow.
that bridge should be open.
It is.
It's frustrating that it's so hard for it to work out that way. And those guys yanking ponytails of teenage girls.
Oh, God.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jimmy. Oh, sorry, buddy. My button's not working. Hey, Jimmy. How are you, buddy?
Hey, listen. I look at it a different way.
Oh, boy.
This guy pulled her hair. He didn't grab her privates or slap her. He pulled her hair. You know something? What I saw that this morning on World News, and I thought, oh, my God, look what he did. Then I'm watching another channel that says she got mouthy and swore or whatever. The picture doesn't even show the whole thing. They're
yeah,
not
I
telling
don't
you this.
think it needs to.
Hold on. Tommy is raising his hand.
No, but
Yeah.
wait.
I'm
Wait a minute.
going
Hold
home.
on. Wait. Hold on.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good seeing you.
You know, listen, I remember years ago, I saw one of my friend's kids call the mother an effing thing, and I told my friend, I said, you know something? If I had a kid that did that to me, I'd put his head through the wall so quick, and then I'd say, come out, we're going to go through every room. I'm going to put your head. I couldn't.
Go room
I
to
don't know
room.
how
I mean, like, think about the
I don't know
masonry.
I don't know how anybody could have the patience. I don't know how anybody can have the patience to swear or whatever. This guy's 80 years
All right,
old.
Jimmy,
It was
can I time out you for a second?
Wait,
here?
I just want to say one more thing. It was acceptable behavior when he grew up. If somebody got cocky like that, you were to do something.
Hey, Jimmy, I promise
Yeah,
you,
go
I
ahead.
promise you, there is
Okay,
not
go ahead.
there is not an era where a father would have watched a grown man pull his daughter's hair where he would have been like, "That's what you get." Two, if you are at a point in your life where you can't, and let's say she did get, as you put it, mouthy.
Yeah.
Let's say that did happen.
In a heated basketball game.
Exactly.
Yeah,
After you
know.
just lost,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You don't put your hands on a kid. And if you can't not put your hands on a kid, that job's not for you.
You know, again, he pulled her hair.
Jimmy,
He assaulted her.
Jimmy,
Yes,
I'm going to let
Jimmy.
you go, Jimmy. Thanks for the
Yeah.
call,
Oh, you-
buddy. What?
I can remember you could assault a kid. Teach him a lesson.
Show me a parent that would stand for that.
Well,
That's absolutely right. There was
Like
never
somebody
been in
else
history.
putting your hands on a
Yeah.
kid like that.
Yeah,
show
there's
me
never
another
been.
parent.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
insane.
and I know that this is terrible too, right? Like, it's one thing. I guess you can make an argument where 30 or 40 years ago, a guy could have put his hands on a 17-year-old boy on a sideline, and the father would have been like, "Oh, that's what you do to make a man." Still disturbing.
Yeah.
But I guess you can make that argument based on the time. Show me a father at any point in American history
Right.
where an 81-year-old man yanks his daughter's hair and he goes, you're making a woman out of her.
Yes.
Yes.
A matter of fact, let's say that coach was a female.
Mhm.
Same scenario. You're just as pissed off,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
And I don't care what age.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you 100%. I am
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd
that
get that
was-
call.
deeply bothered by that. Okay.
Jimmy.
I heard she was being mouthy. I heard, guys.
Well, that's what happened to him. He got mouthy one time.
So to wrap up this discussion in a non-hurt children way,
Yeah.
look, there are exceptions to this rule that you stayed around too long. And when you find one, those guys are worth their weight in gold. So when I worked at Wegmans in the prepared food section, there was this guy, Don, and he had to be in his 80s. And he was funny, and he was friendly, and he was super patient. I loved this man. He always came in like 2 hours earlier than everyone else to make all the sandwiches.
Yeah.
And I looked forward to going in the back because he was in the cold room like making all the sandwiches. And, you know, we joke and laugh and back and forth. His granddaughter worked in the same thing. He was just the sweetest guy. But I don't know if he stood out because he was such a great dude or because it was so surprising.
You just wouldn't expect it.
Well, I didn't realize until just now I had never had that experience before. You know what I mean?
A kind old guy.
The problem, however, Tommy,
Yeah.
this is going to be happening a lot more now.
What, this?
No, not the assault.
Guys hanging around too long?
Well, yeah, retiring's now a luxury.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Everybody's busted.
We got to work till we die.
Mm-hmm.
So the age of people you work with over the next couple of years
Going to go up.
that are especially working with kids, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and they're doing important things, and maybe they are valuable. Like they need to keep those jobs for the sake of everybody else. But
you're going to have some bad ones. And the bad ones, they going to stick out.
let's just hope like the next crop of 80-year-olds over the next 15, 20 years.
A little more patience.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
be careful, man. They got new hips and knees. They're on Viagra. You're going to have some jacked up artificial hip dude losing his crap.
Let's take a break. Hey, man, just because you're of a certain age doesn't mean you can't accomplish great things.
No, of course not.
As a matter of fact, that is what this man proved. That's why he's the legend he is today. But he's one of the rare cases where he's a household name, probably not for what he's most famous for.
Yeah, like different generations know him differently.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, he's also one of the rare guys whose most famous athletic moment
Yep.
was the worst moment of his career.
Yep.
That being said, he's easy to love, especially if you're a guy that's, the way it used to be.
Yeah, great salesman.
Even though
Yeah.
you can make a solid argument that he is the reason why all of those athletes that are running their mouths and doing their outside things today exist.
Oh.
And I'll make that point, buddy.
Okay.
Next, here in the break room on CMF. He's a household name despite his most famous athletic event being the worst night of his life.
Yeah.
And that's because, Tommy, as remarkable as his athletic career was, he is a household name, arguably, for a different reason.
Yeah.
And he's an easy guy to love, man. Charming, did things the right way, an iconic athlete.
Which is hard because he had to live in the shadow of another icon in his sport who was also a fabulous pitchman back in the day.
Great point. But here's the thing. As easy as it was for every generation to love this guy, I think you can make the argument
What's that?
that every athlete you hate now
Yeah.
is able to do what they do because of him.
Oh, really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. George Foreman passed away over the weekend at the age of 75. And Kimmy, if I asked you the first thing that pops in your head when you think of George Foreman,
A grill.
there you go. George Foreman.
Indoor grill.
Yeah.
Now,
We had one.
that's great.
Yeah, but that sounds like something her old man would run right out and buy.
Bro, every dad in the
Yeah.
90s, we had one at our house.
Look, you can grill all year round.
We used it like twice, and he realized how hard it was to clean, and then it just sat in a cabinet for the rest of its life.
My dad would cook the most unhealtzy meat thinking it was making it
Hot
healthy.
dogs for everybody.
Look, the fat's running right off it. Look at it right there. It's very great. Now, for those, the Kimmies of the world, those who don't know, George Foreman at one point was the most feared boxer in the mid-1970s in the world. He destroyed Joe Frazier to win a heavyweight championship. He crushed bruising fighters like Ron Lyle, Ken Norton. His most famous fight ever was a chance to put Muhammad Ali out to pasture forever.
Shut his mouth up.
That's all right. But look, if he lost that fight, Ali's done. It's over. In the Rumble in the Jungle. It is one of the greatest upsets, not only in boxing history, but in sports history. Foreman lost that fight. His most famous fight was the most brutal loss of his career. And to prove my point, Tommy, George Foreman also became the oldest heavyweight champ at the age of 45.
So he does his comeback. He takes some time off and comes back.
Yep. He became a preacher, got out of the public eye, starts his comeback in, I believe, 1989.
And I think it was to raise money for his church.
You nailed it. At least that's what he said.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
But I bring up that his most famous fight was the most brutal loss of his career. He did something no one had ever done, won the heavyweight championship at 45 years old. Who did he beat?
Michael somebody.
Close.
Am I close?
Yeah. You got the first
Look at
name.
you.
Michael Moorer.
Michael Moore,
But
yes.
you could win a lot of money. I
Yeah.
mean, the guy did something never done before, and the only fight people remember is the fight that Ali rope-a-doped him and knocked him out, right? Fun fact, by the way.
What's that?
Big George fought at the War Memorial here in Rochester
really?
in 1989 in his comeback trail to the heavyweight championship.
Oh, so he was coming up. All right.
There are
Saw
some...
his interview with Catalana.
Wait, was that on over the weekend?
Yeah, well, Catalana posted it. Yeah.
I love young Catalana. His head, far too big for his body at that age. He looks like a ballpoint pen. But to Kimmy's point, Tommy, it was the grill that made him uber famous.
Oh, yeah.
And that wasn't all. Big George had a sitcom based on his life.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Well, I did when I started seeing, like, his highlights.
So it was on ABC in the 90s. It was called George.
Yeah.
He won an Oscar as part of the documentary When We Were Kings, also in the 90s.
Which is a great movie.
It is one of the best sports documentaries, life documentaries you'll ever see.
Did he have a talk show for a while?
I don't know. Kimmy, you want to Google that?
It was like when everybody was getting talk shows. Remember, like,
Are you just
Magic
thinking of, like,
got a
his
talk
infomercial?
show.
Are you ready for
Yeah.
magic? He was in movies The Night at the Museum, The Fighter, which was a movie about his life, TV shows like Home Improvement, The Larry Sanders Show, King of the Hill. You get what I'm saying here, right? The guy was an icon.
Yeah, he was.
And I think you can argue, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, he is the reason why pro athletes are so much more than pro athletes are now. Walk with me, Tommy.
I am.
Can you name me a pro athlete before George Foreman that had the success outside of the sport that he did?
Well, like being a pitchman and things of that nature.
Okay, so it's different.
And sitcom star and all that.
Okay, so you got, let's walk through this. You got sitcom, you got movies, you got product with his name on it, you got the pitchman stuff. You're right. There are guys that sold products. There are guys that were in movies, became actors.
Yeah.
George Foreman was the first ever athlete that became a brand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
probably so. Because I'm thinking, like,
You invented an appliance that nobody else had.
But in fact, he didn't invent it. They put his name on it.
yeah.
Right, but I'm saying like people only know that as a George Foreman. Like you wouldn't call it anything else.
You're
Yeah.
right. No, you're right. But unless I am mistaken, and if I'm wrong, tell me, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. George Foreman was the first athlete that made himself a brand.
Yeah, probably so. Because I'm thinking like, you had DiMaggio. He pushed Mr. Coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Like they started calling him Mr. Coffee, which I think pissed him off until he got the checks.
But I mean, like, no Italian guy likes a nickname that you give him. He wants to call me Rocket.
But to your point, like, I can't think of anybody that did so much like him.
I mean, like, to the point where, name another athlete where you know their name not for the sport they were in, that before Foreman, that transcended what made them famous. And again, folks do not understand the impact and how good he was as a boxer because he was so successful afterwards. Which brings us to the dark side of this conversation.
What's that?
Well, here's the thing. George Foreman is a very easy guy to love.
Oh, he's a good family man.
Oh.
And he's a good husband.
Okay, I know you've been itching to get this.
Well, I thought I had to go Wikipedia him because I thought differently. But I thought like maybe I got the wrong boxer.
So he's got a lot of kids.
A lot of kids.
Yep.
A lot of them got the same name.
They're all named George and Georgina.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, they're going Christian man, family man, pastor.
Mm-hmm.
But then I find out he's been married 5 times. And like those
Same
first
pace as your
4.
sister.
Yes.
Well, they called her the George Foreman of Florida weddings.
So he also, the first 4 marriages failed before 1985.
Yeah, I believe that.
So like he blew through some wives pretty quick.
I mean,
back in the day.
the guy was a nasty dude back when he was fighting, man.
Yeah.
Like just angry all the time.
Right.
Any footage you see of him back in the day, he's
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
George Foreman passing away at 75 becomes way more famous for the grill and all of his media projects than the actual amazing career that he had. There are athletes today
Yeah.
that some folks despise for what they do off of the field. And I'm not talking crime and stuff like that. Business
Don't
ventures.
like 'em. Yeah.
For example, Pat McAfee, former punter for the Indianapolis Colts. He now hosts a very famous show and podcast that is on ESPN. That guy sells products with his name on it. He has made himself a brand. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Well,
That's a brand.
That guy has 15 different businesses. Aaron Rodgers is going to be that guy. Tom Brady is that guy.
Mahomes, same thing.
Will be that guy.
He will be
yeah.
that guy.
I mean, Ken already is. He's in every ad you
Yeah.
watch.
You're right. But again, he's still doing the pitch man thing.
Yeah.
Like when
Peyton
I buy
Manning? Could you argue
the
Peyton Manning's up there?
Peyton Manning's hard to hate. Everybody loves Peyton
No,
Manning.
oh, I thought you just meant like guys who have made themselves their own brand.
Well, like I'm trying to think of like guys that I know. It's not even an old guy thing, right? Like it's just guys ages 18 all the way up. Like, you're an athlete. Go out on the field.
Yeah.
Those guys would not exist if it weren't for George Foreman. George Foreman paved the road for them.
Yeah.
And if George Foreman doesn't do that, who everybody loves, you don't get all these guys that you absolutely despise. Deion Sanders, his son who's about to be drafted in April, right?
Forgot about Deion.
Deion Sanders did the George Foreman School of how to make yourself a brand.
Yeah. You're right.
And he did it before he won the heavyweight
And
championship.
now he's a talking bird.
I do love those commercials. There's something about a bird in a cowboy hat with a chain around its neck that really does it for me.
People are tweeting us Honus Wagner as somebody who first started their own brand.
No.
I'm just passing it along.
I mean, because of the baseball card's value.
Are they thinking of Ty Cobb who invested in Coca-Cola?
But again, like nobody knew that till after his death, practically. Who followed Ty Cobb's business career?
Well, his accountant.
That's it. And he probably didn't like that accountant based on a few things.
It's a blurb that says sports endorsements became the foundation of athlete branding starting back in the early 1900s with Honus Wagner allowing Louisville Slugger to print his signature on their badge.
Okay, and that's great. Like that guy's he is a barnstormer for endorsements. But I didn't go buy the Honus Wagner home entertainment
like you
system.
wouldn't have called it that. Yeah,
you know what I mean? I get it. Like, I'm not trying to take away from anybody. I'm just saying I can't find anybody other than George that did it before him,
Yeah.
right? He also was a master of his public image.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that nobody knew he was married 5 times until you just brought it up in Wikipedia.
Does it help though that was pre-social media?
Oh yeah.
You know, like all like I don't know if you'll ever really have that
No.
that
you're right.
control again.
We'll talk to Matt Milano. Nobody knows anything about him.
Oh yeah, follow his lead.
You know, the other funny thing about this,
What's that?
252 WCMF, again, we're talking about George Foreman, passes away over the weekend at 75. Must have been a heart attack. I didn't hear he was sick.
Yeah, they didn't say like he was battling anything.
When he regained his heavyweight title for the second time, like we said, he was 45 years old.
Yeah.
And I want you to think back, what was that, 94 1994.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. When he did it,
Mhm.
they could not believe how a man this ancient
Oh, yeah.
could do what he did. And it was almost like he was a joke. Remember, he would do those commercials where he was running, eating donuts, training for a fight? If you look at pro sports now, every league has multiple players that are over the age of 40.
But those
Yeah.
guys work at it 24/7. These old guys didn't. Like, they had to go get back into shape, where these guys now, they just train.
Yeah.
Understood. But I would love to see in 1994
Yeah.
how many, if there were any, of the four major sports, guys were over
I think
40.
the NBA was really good at it. Like
Kareem,
Shaq.
yeah.
But Kareem
Shaq
only
was like
played
a
because he
brand.
was broke.
Okay.
Oh, you're talking about the 90s?
I'm talking about the age of the athlete.
Like, sticking around.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
gotcha,
yeah,
gotcha,
yeah.
gotcha.
But he usually was because they were out of money.
Still was able to do it. And by the way, George might have done this because he was out of money.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
20 kids, yeah.
But like you look at LeBron, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Justin Verlander in Major League Baseball, all of those guys are over 40, close
Yeah.
to 45. It's not something we even really bat an eye at anymore. Like,
No.
we make jokes about it.
But if you look at George in that fight, he's got an old man body. He's kind of doughy. He's got some tires on him. You know what I mean? He looks like a guy that shouldn't be in the ring at that age.
Well, you know why, buddy?
Right.
Power never ages. You get less quick.
Yeah, but it definitely gets blubbery.
I made them. You know, I love boxing.
Yeah.
I could talk about boxing for hours. I made the mistake of going down the rabbit hole of watching George Foreman fights.
Oh.
And he has this one punch. Google it because it's remarkable. He called it the walking man uppercut. So,
Okay.
well, you know, you start in your own corner. The bell dings. He
Yeah.
would take 5 steps and just uppercut the dude right in the face.
So he
would
just
never see
come
it coming.
running in
No,
full
up
force?
underneath.
Oh.
And, like, the guy would have his hands over his head. Da 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 da. Bah! And he's just
Oh.
unconscious.
So that was like his signature move.
He did it a couple of times, and I'd never seen anyone else do it.
Yeah, I think guys would know that's coming after a while.
Yeah.
Well, they've been hit in the face for a little while.
Oh,
so,
true.
you know. All right. Well, rest in peace, Big George. And I'm sure your 5 wives are very sad that you passed away. There is a new historical place in the greater Rochester area.
Nice.
Or at least,
Wait, it's a new historical place?
well, it's not historical yet
Oh.
officially. And in fact, I misspoke. It's been up for nomination.
Mhm.
And you would think with all the history that Rochester has, we're big on our past, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Our artifacts.
We check it out, we go see what's going on. However, someone in this room is not up on her history like she should be.
I'm not with this.
You've
Wait.
never been to this place?
No.
Well, you were born and raised here.
Yeah.
No field
I
trip?
mean, I know what it is. Never been there, though. Never knew it was like that significant.
Wow.
We'll tell you what we're talking about, and we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. if you've grown up in Rochester, been here long enough, you've seen everything.
Oh, sure.
Right? And we love our history, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much. You're going to get to it as long as you stay.
Yeah, apparently not. Because
Really?
one of the newest, potentially to be historic places, someone in this room has never been.
Never been.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It was announced over the weekend that the state of New York has nominated the Colgate Divinity School for historic designation.
Okay.
It's near Highland Park. You've seen the building. It is described on 10 NBC as Gothic style.
Yeah, we went to a wedding there.
We did, yeah. Shout out Big Mark. What's up, bud?
Yeah.
Did you like it when you went?
Never been.
Wow.
Because when I saw this, I go, I didn't even know. I knew of the building just because I knew people at their weddings there and stuff. I had no idea it was of any significance.
Can we time out?
Yeah.
Did you not get invited to the weddings you should have been invited to? Were you just not popular when all your friends were
No, I'm
getting
saying I
married?
knew it was a wedding venue.
Gotcha. Well, it's just funny. I had lots of friends that got married there. Didn't invite me, though.
No, I said I
Wasn't
knew.
invited. This is too classy. We got a pool and a pond. Pond's good for you.
No, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Sorry, I was insulting your friend.
Yeah. No, but other than it being just like an event space, I did not know that there was any significance to it historically in town. Because again, like growing up here, you think you learn about all this stuff and stuff that doesn't even really matter in the long run. But this was not. This I guess was left off the list. I don't know what it is.
I'm surprised you never learned about something like
No.
this. By the way, just the way there are like 15 buildings in Rochester that just looking at them,
Yeah.
you know that there's like something
figured it was
special
old.
about
Oh,
it.
they went way back.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it looks it.
Yeah. How do you look at this and be like, well, that's not something how do you not walk up to it like in Highlands
Well,
sometime?
you can. I mean, you could see it from the hill. I've never actually gone up there and checked it out.
I ain't going all the way up there to just learn about goddamn holy toothpaste. I got old toothpaste. I got Pepsodent in my house.
All right, let me ask you a question. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Is there a historic Rochester place you've never been?
I don't think so, but I mean, you would have to. I mean, I think I've been to just about every place.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you are a guy that loves his history, even if it's just to go crap on it.
Yeah, but even with this show, we did a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Is there anywhere else you're ashamed you haven't been? Is this the only one?
I guess I wouldn't know until something like this pops up, and I'm like, oh, I've never been inside there. I never knew what that was. It's something. It could be something you pass every day and just have no idea.
I am surprised, like, sometimes even with my wife, who was born and raised here, I'll say something like, oh, that's the old so-and-so. She goes, well, I never heard of that. I go, how do you not hear of that? That was like, that place is like everybody knew about it.
Don't be that guy.
But I have to.
No, you don't have to do anything. You just go, oh, okay, and then move on.
No, I can't
Do you
let
have
it
to give
go.
her like the whole background too?
Well, like, some things just change, but I'll go like, yeah, they used to be boners.
There it,
But the quality hot dogs.
yeah, no, I hear boners just missed out on a National Registry
Bro,
of Historic Places.
they were looking at them when they were passing the hot dog act of 72.
All right, so you know that I've been born and raised here.
Yeah.
Love this community. There are two places that I will admit I am ashamed I have never been.
What's that?
You ready? Mm-hmm. I have never been in the Susan B. Anthony house.
Really?
Never.
Oh my God!
I've never been.
Wow.
I don't know. Just never happened.
Like field trips.
Yeah.
Wait, you didn't take a field trip with? I thought that was like a standard field trip for
Right.
like school.
So we talked about this. When I was in elementary and middle school, I went to Gates Chi-Li, and for some reason during my run there, we only had the worst possible field trips. I went to the Dolomite Pit like 15 times.
I've never been to the Dolomite Pit though.
I don't know if that's a historic hole. We'd have to go to Tommy's mom's house. And I've never taken a boat trip on the Erie Canal.
Really?
Did you miss that day? I thought every.
Yeah, the sand
especially-
patch.
Also never happened as a field trip when I was in
Wow.
school. No, I wouldn't have missed Canal Day. Canal Day's
Maybe you're
fun day.
sick that
Wait,
day.
hold on. Yes, you have.
Have I?
You didn't do you did the comedy show with me.
No,
When
I
we
wasn't
got
with you
thrown-
on that.
You didn't.
No.
We did it twice. I thought you did it
I
once
did not
with
do-
us.
No, I've never
bragging.
been on a boat.
We got thrown off the boat.
Well, there's a first. Never heard of.
No,
that
like into the
happening
water.
before.
The captain of the boat, cussed us down the street.
No, I wasn't on that. No, I've never been on a boat.
Oh,
on the
okay.
Erie
So
Canal.
you've never been on the.
Nope.
I mean, I always thought that was like
A
when
standard,
I
yeah.
worked the canal, I see so many of those kids doing like those early, like late school year field trips on the sand patch.
What do you want from me, man? I didn't do it. My kids have both done it. They got to do it on field trips. I never went on that field trip. Didn't exist for me.
So have you ever been? So then you've done nothing like regionally then either. Probably.
What do you mean by that? Oh, you're gonna try to judge me now?
No,
You
but
bitch.
like I
what do
just
you-
thought there was certain things like you would take a trip to, like Corning to see the glass.
Oh, I've been there.
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
yeah.
Okay.
I've never been
'Cause
there.
that-
You never been to Corning?
Not to see. Like I think I had a soccer tournament there once. Never went to the Museum of Glass.
It was just named one of the top
I
museums in
know.
America last week.
I always thought that was like a standard field trip for kids.
No, I went there when I was on the road because I had nothing to do for the day.
Oh, you didn't go there as a kid?
No, it was fun. It was weird going alone.
Because that's how I did it the same way. Except I went with our buddy, another comic.
Like Kimmy, okay, so they have like a glass show.
Well, it's like an art museum, right?
Yeah.
Just with glass.
Yes, but they also have like these demonstrations where they
had
show you
her blown and got right in line.
So like,
He was looking for work.
when you get into these
I'm
glass,
here.
when you get into these demonstrations,
Yeah.
it's like stadium seating, and there's like classrooms, families.
They put on a show.
Yeah, they
I mean,
do.
It seems like something would be kind of fun to watch.
If you're a kid, yeah.
But I was doing a show in Corning overnight, and I was like 18. I had nothing to do, so I'm sitting there by myself,
With a
18.
bunch of children.
Yeah, like, okay. I did the same thing at the Cleveland
Who wants to
Science Museum.
participate?
It was very strange.
Try going there with another guy who weighs 300 pounds.
252 WCMF. The Colgate Rochester Crozier Divinity School has been nominated as a historic place by folks here in New York State. Kimmy's never been there. He's planning on going. I find it hard to believe because, what's funny about you? We're talking about historic Rochester places we've never been.
Yeah.
You don't think history matters if you haven't been.
Yes.
That's why you can't think of anything historic that you haven't been to.
Why? If you throw something at me, I don't know.
White Ladies Castle, you been up there?
No, I'm going out there. Ghost story.
That's super
crap.
historic. You never been there?
It didn't happen.
Okay, it's
I like to see history that actually happened.
It's still, what is that? What's the equivalent or the significance of that? The castle itself, minus
we looked it up. It was.
She was
it's
her
some, like,
husband
No, I
died at
know
no,
the
sea.
no, but
story,
the actual,
And her husband didn't
structure.
die at sea.
She had chlamydia.
No, that was your mom. That was Tommy's mom's ladies' castle. And all the guys got all up in that castle. Didn't even need a Trojan horse.
Yeah, I get it.
In fact, she preferred you whipped it off. They called her Bareback Castle.
Yeah, I'm here for the blowing exhibit.
You can try to pull it back? Whatever. Your mom's don't work.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I forgot what it was.
Have you
What it
ridden
was
up?
actually used for. I thought it was just like almost used as like an old storage
Okay.
building at some point.
Have you ever ridden on the Charlotte Carousel?
No, the only historic thing I've written on is your mom.
How many mom jokes we can do? We
I
are
don't
way
know.
over our.
No, I can't get. I've been down there, but I've not been on. I've been on the Jackrabbit.
Wow.
Why? I mean, come on.
Wow, wow, wow. No, I'm surprised you haven't been on the carousel.
It's weird when you're my age to be on the
Yeah.
carousel.
Yeah,
no
he-
kids.
It,
Hey, look at me.
It passed
look at
him
me.
by. Yeah.
But you went on the Jackrabbit. That wasn't weird.
Well, it was because again we were with the station.
Yeah, or would you do one of those dynamite? But we're gonna ride a roller coaster for 5 straight hours. This is what radio is in 1993. Look at us, number one. Oh, we're back on the roller coaster again. Check it out. Now a 2-hour interview with a guy that watches movies. God, you suck so hard.
Yeah, I paid the bills.
Okay, I'm getting word that White Ladies Castle
Yeah,
was
it's an old dining hall.
a hot dog stand. No, that
no,
can't be.
it says it's actually the ruins of a refectory.
That doesn't help us. What's a
Well,
refectory?
it says dining hall for
Okay.
lake visitors.
Okay, you didn't have to be that person. You could have just said dining
That's what it
hall.
Right.
says.
That's a
I
refectory.
want to get it right so nobody yells at me.
Okay, who cares? Who cares?
But
Nobody
I
knows
wonder
anything
if you,
about
like,
anything.
You know what, though? Maybe I don't want to learn about all that history because it may just be something boring and the story around it is more fun.
No, but that makes you look like an idiot when somebody actually asks what it is.
True.
Okay, I guess
Castle by the Lake, in my opinion.
all right, you don't have kids, so I guess you don't have to worry about this. Because, my girls ask me questions about stuff all the time.
Yeah.
And I feel like I have to know. Because I don't want to be my dad and just make something up, and then you look like an idiot for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but because they can Google it now
Yeah.
too.
Well, but they don't. My kids can't Google it. They won't. They'll ask me. Like, I have to know everything all the time.
Yeah.
But my dad told me there was a Tyrannosaurus skeleton in the Dolomite pit in Gate.
Yeah, they found it down there.
No,
yeah.
but here's the thing. It wasn't
had
like
a Bill's cap.
it wasn't like a cute, fun thing.
Yeah.
I think he really believed that.
Like they uncovered
Dinosaur.
Yeah.
bones.
Like, or it's down
they
there.
were digging?
Somehow they know it's down there, and you can't disturb me. I want the
Well, yeah, you
Tyrannosaurus
gotta be careful.
come back to life. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Speaking of being a dad,
What's going on?
look, man, we've known each other a long time,
Mhm.
and we've gone through several life changes together.
Oh, sure.
We sound like a couple.
Mhm.
Hold my hand.
All right. What?
I am at a point in life where I'm kind of. All right, let me put it this way. There was a time
There was a time.
where the choices you made only affected you.
Yeah.
And then you get married, and the choices you make affect your spouse.
Yep.
And then you have children, and every decision you make affects how they're going to grow up. Luckily, My kids are taken care of.
Yeah.
Everything is good. We have made it this far. So far, no big disasters. But my daughter, my oldest one, is coming into boy time.
Yeah.
And something happened over the weekend that has forced me to choose a path.
Oh.
The step has been taken.
Well, Kimmy, I don't want to be this guy,
Yeah.
but I am learning that people outside of my family think I am this guy.
Oh.
And I don't know if it's healthier to be this guy when talking to boys that my daughter is interested in, vice versa, or if I go the route Kimmy's dad went. Because that's kind of the route I want to go. That's more my personality.
Sometimes it worked.
I'll tell you the story.
All right.
There's a big date this weekend.
Wow.
And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. One day, Tommy, you're nervous to meet a girl's dad.
Oh, sure.
Then the next, you're trying to intimidate the hell out of a 15-year-old who's at your front door. That is, if you've decided to handle it that way.
Yeah.
Because if you are the father of a little girl,
Mm-hmm.
you have to choose a path. Do I strike fear into the hearts of young punks?
Yeah.
Or do I play cool and hope it works out for the best? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 9:30, we are going to tell you what fast food items you need to steer clear from.
Okay.
Like bad.
For your health.
Yes, and we don't normally do these list stories, but there's a reason we want to do this, because the one that might be the worst in America is one you will not see coming.
Oh.
We're looking out for you.
All right.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So it is after 9 o'clock. All my kids are in school. Everyone be cool.
I'm cool.
I can tell this story.
All right.
On Saturday, my oldest had a date.
Like a legit date.
Yes, she's 14 years old, and there's this boy that they exchange phone numbers. She's like a friend of her friend, blah, 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 blah. Long story short, on Friday, she comes home and she talks to my wife and I, and she wants to go to the mall with this boy. So
Very cute.
plan is, all right, we're all going to go as a family.
Mm-hmm.
The boy will be at the mall. We, the three of us, my youngest, my wife, and I, will walk around the mall and Stella can go do her thing until she's done. Well, my wife got called into a work thing. So now it's dad, date, and other daughter.
You're the family representative.
You got it.
Right.
So my 14-year-old who's going on this date tells me on the way that this boy is very scared of me.
No, he's never met you.
No, he is not.
Nervous.
All right.
I mean,
he
This
listens
could
to
be
the
his
show.
first interaction on a date, too.
I don't know if he's ever been on a date
Right.
before.
All right.
My daughter tells me that he's nervous because he found pictures of me and I look tall and scary. That's
Oh,
what
man.
he said.
I didn't even think about that. You can do pre-parent research these days.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Now, here's what's funny. My daughters found this hilarious.
Yeah.
Because they only know me as the big softy, not the menace to society that I actually am.
Okay.
But when she said he was scared of me, she wasn't lying, because
Yeah.
we get into the mall, and we are waiting by the Starbucks for this boy to make his appearance, right? And here he comes walking, and I could see it on his face.
Yeah.
This kid is terrified. And credit to the kid. He was very polite. He was very respectful. He sticks his hand out, shakes my hands, but he can hardly get the words out of him.
Okay.
He's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Right.
And then it's just silence.
All right.
Like we're staring at each other. He's looking me dead in the face like I'm a shark about to eat him. And my daughter walks over to give him a hug, and he was not even conscious of my daughter. He's just staring me right in the face like,
All right.
okay. So we're in a standoff.
He's petrified.
You got it.
Yeah.
Now, in that moment, Tommy, I had a choice to make. And it's a choice that the father of every daughter eventually faces.
What do you do, Pat?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Are you the scary man or are you the cool man?
Yeah.
Is it better to try and intimidate the boys interested in your girls? Put the fear of God in them, firm-ass handshake, stare daggers into their soul, talk all low like this, in short sentences that don't really make sense? Just because a Bob can't eat chili don't mean he's going to crab diamonds. Or
Yeah.
is it better to put the kids at ease? Smile, ask them questions about themselves, get to know them a little bit, give them the impression that you are a nice guy. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I'm going to start with Kimmy,
Yeah.
because you are the one that had a dad
Yeah.
while you were dating.
He was the buddy type.
In your opinion, now as a grown woman,
Yeah.
what is the better dad to be?
I think for my situation, I always appreciated that my dad was like the guy that wanted to make everybody feel comfortable. I also don't know if you can actually fake being tough guy without somebody seeing right through it. Because I think if my dad came off and tried to be that tough guy, it would not have come across the way he thought it would.
But here's the thing: your dad is a physically intimidating gentleman. He's got
but
was younger
he
too.
would have been fighting his own nature.
Okay.
You know what I mean, by doing that. And I don't think that like if he chose to go that route, anybody would have believed him, and it probably, would not have worked out the way he thought it would.
So you're arguing as a man, your path has already been laid out for you based on your actual personality.
I kind of think so. Don't you think like as a kid you would have seen through that tough guy act?
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
You did.
So it wouldn't have worked anyways on you. So wouldn't it have been better to have that guy that you kind of feel like you could maybe be a little bit more honest with, or he was being more honest with you?
Thoughts, Tommy?
I'm trying to think like when I was first dating, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've always been small,
Yep, little man.
and the first two girls I dated had Southern dads.
Southern dad gonna kick your ass.
One owned a landscaping company,
Oh, that's tough.
and he was a rich guy.
Okay.
Had a house on the ocean. Second one, her dad, when I seriously dated, he was an electrician
Ooh.
and big dude. And I was scared of both of them. And you're not going to want to hear this. But it also didn't stop anything that I was trying to accomplish.
Okay.
That, to my point,
Yeah.
I was petrified of these guys, and I never wanted to have to deal with them, but I was still a douchebag behind the scenes. So, you come in and you play nice. Oh, my God. You
Yeah,
know.
yes, I
Yeah.
am aware. Yes.
And I was shaken, but I also, was trying to make a move over here.
Okay.
I'm
feels
trying to
so much
be. Listen, man, we're talking.
No. Please go on. Please
No,
tell
there's
me.
a reason why you're putting up this front is to protect your daughter from jerks.
Okay.
I was a jerk,
Uh-huh.
but I can also tell.
I think you're going to get a better read on the kid if you're not a jerk.
Yeah, they'll let their guard down a little bit. That's a great point.
Maybe, unless those kids are savvy too. Because look, I knew what I was doing, man. I was playing chess when they were playing chess too. Like, yes, I was charming as hell. Parents loved me.
Yeah.
But I was also, like you said, a giant douchebag.
Yeah, like I couldn't picture you being tough dad. Like you know what I did once, kid? Beat a boiler with a hockey stick.
Yeah.
I did. Well, yeah. I look tough. You guys, it's not fair because you guys know me too good.
But here's the problem: is
because your
I
daughter.
guess my point is it doesn't matter what dad you are. That's not going to stop anything.
Oh, for God's sake.
The way you stop it is you raise a good daughter, right? Like has common sense. Like I always love these guys that go, they treat their daughters like they don't have a brain in their head, which they do. It's a little say like my daughter's so dumb she's just going to fall
Have
for
some
anything.
more trust in your daughter.
And your kid.
Okay, first of all, this is coming from a man who 2 hours ago said his mother was an idiot multiple times.
What's that got to do with it?
No, you said you had more trust in the way. This dumb woman who needs to shut up, stab your girl. My father controlled her.
But by the way, my grandfather
yeah.
was that a-hole, I got a gun over here, get away from my house, and how'd that work out?
Okay, I get what you're
You know
saying.
what I'm saying?
Okay, but to your point that you made, it's easy sitting in a leather chair,
Yes.
never having raised children, to say, well, trust that your kid's going to make the right decision. I trust my daughter, I do. But also I don't, because we all remember how easy it was to be all swept up in whatever was happening when we were kids. You wanted to believe anything that kid that you liked, girl that you liked, had to say.
But I
Yeah,
think these
but I
kids are
think you
way
kinda
more
need-
savvy today than when I was dating.
I was
Those
more-
girls were just 1976 dumbasses.
Bro, my daughter is not dumb. She's a very smart girl.
She's savvy.
Okay,
But
but
don't you think like there's some lessons you're not gonna be able to teach her? She's just gonna have to learn that on her own.
yeah, no, look, I'm not here trying to
She's gonna have to learn how to navigate this
Right.
kind of stuff.
Understood. I'm not
So
trying
whether
to.
or not you're tough dad or cool dad, she's gonna be doing stuff, figuring stuff out on her own.
It was funny to watch. 252 WCMF. My oldest daughter had a date on Saturday. She's 14. She wanted to go walk around the mall with this boy.
Yeah.
And so me and my younger daughter went. We were at the mall while they were there. They just went and walked around and stuff. And I had to meet the kid. And my daughter tells me on the way there that he's scared of me. He's very scared of me. And again, my daughters don't see this because I've always been a big goof. Very kind, Tommy. Gentle, some would say.
Yeah.
Unless you piss me off. And I'm trying to figure out as this kid's walking up to me, I felt bad for him, right? Like he's terrified. He's shaking. Like I can see. He can barely get words out of his mouth. And like, am I going to be tough or am I going to be kind? Guy?
Yeah.
It was very interesting to see my oldest, who is very confident. She has no problem saying exactly what she feels. Like when she was in the presence of this boy. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, no. She's oh, hi, hello.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
Just awkward for everybody.
Yeah.
Like she obviously has a crush on the kid, and it was adorable.
Yeah.
It broke my heart as a father,
Sure.
right? Because I'm seeing things happen that I never anticipated happening
Yep.
this fast. But when you say she's smarter than that, she is. But that stuff kicks in. That
sure.
love spell goes over your head, and then it's like, who's this kid I'm staring at right now? All right, let me ask the question this way then, because like to the point you made about tough dad, nice dad.
Yeah.
Right. All the dads that tried to be scary when I was a kid laid it on far too thick.
Oh, yeah.
Like
You
far
could
too
see-
thick.
That's what I'm saying. I think a kid could, for the most part, see right through it.
Because they come right out of the gate with the crap. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
The other problem is too, and I mean this with all due respect. When I was 15, I was the size of like a large man.
Yeah, you're a big kid.
Exactly. So like all of the dads that tried to play tough with me, I was already bigger than them. And like I'm playing football and boxing, so like I'm lifting weights. Like you don't want to do this. You know what I mean? Like
I could beat your ass.
no, I mean I didn't ever say that, but like in the back, we've talked
Matter of fact,
about.
your wife's pretty good looking.
What's best for your kid? Does my daughter, Kimmy, want to see me be a tough guy? Does that make her feel like her daddy loves her more? Or does she want me to be kind and give her a chance to get to know people? I can't figure that one out.
Which one is more embarrassing to her?
But she kind of liked the idea, at least I got the impression when we were driving there, that he was scared of me.
All right, but when she actually sees it play out in front of her, which one is she going to appreciate?
I don't know.
Because, like, for me, like, I think as a kid, if my dad got, like, too buddy-buddy with somebody that I liked or somebody that I was dating, it was like, oh, man, like, now this is just another one of my dad's buddies.
By the way, it's happening to your husband as we speak.
I know it is. But I think as a kid, you see that and you're like, oh, well, this sucks. Like, this is no fun.
So then I should be tough guy.
I think there's a delicate balance because I think my dad went too far the other way.
Because if you're tough
Like,
guy,
he wanted to hang out with us. You know what I mean?
All
Like,
right.
he wanted to, it wasn't like, hey, I'm going to be cool with this kid and then give you your space. It was like, hey, you want to go play basketball in the driveway?
I think the other way, though, it just adds constant tension.
You mean the
tough guy
scary
act.
dad?
The tough guy act. Like, it's just going to be constant tension, which I don't think you want either.
Yeah. And I think
Don't make
for
that
you,
noise.
I think the better move for you is to be a friend because I do think that you will see more of who that kid is through being that dad than you would putting up a wall and just having that kid like kiss your ass all the time.
All right, let's talk about that because I have had now 2 experiences with boys, with my daughter.
Yes. I know about the other ones.
So there was this kid over the weekend.
Yeah.
And then a couple of months ago, there was this other boy that my daughter
She
liked.
liked,
Him.
yeah.
Back and forth or whatever. So this kid, this poor kid,
Yeah.
they went to this dance together, and then he was going to come to one of my daughter's hockey games.
Yeah.
But she's on the ice.
Mhm.
He's got to hang out with me the whole
To
time.
just sit there and watch your daughter play.
Exactly. So these 2 boys were completely different. I told you about how scared the kid was on Saturday. This other kid was super confident, but
Yeah.
not in like an arrogant way.
He was
Like,
more mature?
okay, in the way you're thinking, yes.
Okay.
Because you could tell this kid prepped. Like
He knew how to handle the situation.
Well, no, like he knew we were going to be spending time together, so like it's almost like he had like talking points he had prepared
Okay,
for.
well, that's good.
Right?
Yeah.
And he's a
Yeah.
14-year-old kid. Like we talked, we had some chicken fingers. He was a very sweet kid. He was very smooth. Maybe too smooth.
Well, yeah, because you signed up for that cell phone plan.
But you saw it because you were chicken finger dad.
But here's the thing.
You would not have seen
Oh.
super smooth kid or knew that he was that smooth if you weren't willing to sit down and have a conversation.
No,
with
but like if he wasn't like, if my daughter and he weren't like,
Yeah.
quote, dating at 14 years old or liked each other or whatever, like I would have like walked away from that interaction. Like that is a really impressive kid. He's a
Okay.
smart, well-spoken,
All right.
like outgoing kid.
Got his stuff together.
So here's the thing. Like I look at this kid on Saturday, he was all like, oh, and I feel bad for the kid. I look at the kid, that other interaction, and I'm like, wow, that kid's impressive. But I don't know which one I want around my daughter. You get what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
can't. You only see what they want you to see, man.
True.
Man. Because I could do what that kid did with the chicken fingers. I was really good at that. And again, douchebag.
So you're wondering what boy you want to see show up dating your daughter?
Yes, that's what I'm wondering. Ah, not so easy,
Probably.
is it?
Because I say in the end,
what?
savvy kid, scared kid, they all the same boy. And I know you don't want to hear that, but they all the same boy. Boys be boys.
Don't boys
No matter
be
what
boys
mask
be.
that child's wearing, there's the same boy behind that mask.
You're saying there's the faces of the stranger and they love to try them on?
Yeah, it's a good saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thoughts, Kimmy? Just someone who's not completely disconnected from the world?
I know boys.
I mean, I would.
I wouldn't say that in a microphone.
No, I went to summer school. I went to military school.
an extent-
I went with some good boys and some grimy boys.
Grimy boys?
Yeah. They became a political party,
To
I
an
believe, for a
extent, I
few
guess
years.
you could
The
argue-
grimy boys.
Yes, they both like your daughter and want to be close to your daughter, so they're both.
Oh,
there.
that didn't
No,
sound
no, no,
creepy to
so they're-
you?
So they're both.
No,
there
wait,
for
If I
the
said that,
same-
you'd be all creeped out.
Getting to know
Hit the
your
dump
daughter?
button.
Because I know where she's coming from. You,
Well,
on the
I
other
would have said
hand-
the same thing. I would have
No, but
meant
I'm
the
saying
same
like
thing.
they're both there for the same reason. So yes, I'm sure both of them.
You made a
have-
face. You made
both
a
of
face,
them
you
have
creep
the
ass
same
bitch.
intentions. Like they're there for your daughter because that's why they're on this date in the first place. So I don't even remember what your point was.
They're there for your daughter. I lost my train of thought.
Well, no, but I mean, she's not
Well,
wrong.
you were saying they're both the same kid, and I'm
Yes,
like, no,
they
they
are.
could be different. They could both treat her. You know what?
Yes.
What's the word? I don't know how to explain this. Like either way, it could end in a heartbreak,
No,
right, for your daughter, and most likely
It's
like,
going
they're
to.
gonna break up.
Look,
right?
I don't want my daughter
Sure.
to marry the kid
So
that she
maybe
dates at
yeah.
14.
Yeah, that's my sister.
So maybe it comes down to who you want to be nicer about it, or unless she breaks his heart, then it doesn't matter.
Oh
either
yeah,
way.
she could also do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Crush the
that's,
kid.
Like, quick sidebar again.
Yeah.
Like that first kid I told you about with the chicken fingers and
Mm-hmm.
everything, really sweet kid. Like, I love this kid. I really do. Like, he's a nice
Yeah.
kid. He goes to school with my daughter. And like 2 days after we had this powwow,
Yeah.
she's like, "Yeah,
Done.
Yeah." And I'm like, "Why would you do that? Poor boy."
But that's kids.
no, but you made him spend 3 hours with your
Yes,
dad,
I know.
and then you're like, "Okay, on to the next one." Like, why would you do that?
Actually, that's good training for the boy. That's gonna be your life, bro.
Do you hear yourself now?
You're gonna get dragged to things, and there's no payoff for you.
I know women are the worst, right?
Oh God. Yeah.
Like my daughter.
No,
Who
she's one
did
of the
that?
good.
No, you literally just said. You literally just said, "Get used to it, bro."
She's one of the good
Get
ones.
used to it. They're awful. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good.
No, you
guys.
missed
How
that
y'all
segment.
doing?
We're talking about girls now.
He's a girl dad, bro. This is him.
Okay.
Yeah. No, actually, this goes back to me in my early 20s. This chick that I was interested in, we worked at McDonald's out in Williamson.
Okay.
So she wanted me to meet her dad. She painted this picture of like this dude, if I said anything wrong, that he was going to break me in half. So, I say stupid crap all the time.
Never knows. Never knows. No,
Ben,
not you.
come
Yeah.
on.
That are Ben.
I'm literally almost to the point where I'm having a panic attack while I'm in the back washing dishes at work because I was so afraid I was going to mess up and say something wrong.
So how'd it go?
So, yeah. So, I honestly don't even remember. I talked to the guy. I'm still here, so obviously I didn't say anything stupid, but I just remember I was super, super nervous.
So there's really no information here. Ben.
I can't remember. It was 20 years ago.
Right. You can't
Tommy.
remember. So
So was
you
that a
don't-
good way to go into a date, or no? Like, would you do that yourself? Like, would you act like the intimidating dad, knowing what you know in this situation?
Oh, hell no. I would want to be like, somewhere in between. Like, if you mess with my daughter, I'm going to be pissed. But at the same time, I don't want to have the kid, like, at the point where he's about to have a panic attack.
Okay.
Because I'm some intimidating dick.
All right. Well, Ben, hey, great contribution to the show, buddy. I
Yes.
really appreciate it.
learned a lot
I
about
try.
that.
I try.
All
That was a
there
good
goes
one,
Ben.
yeah.
Hey, I got a story. How's it end? I don't know.
Yeah, I forget.
All right, can I make an admission? Do you have something over there, Kimmy? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to admit something.
Go ahead.
Again, 252 WCMF. My 14-year-old, my oldest, she had a date on Saturday. And my wife had a work thing after my wife figured this whole thing out.
Mhm.
So it was me, my youngest, my oldest. We went to the mall, and she met the boy there. And on the way, my daughter tells me he's very scared of me.
Yeah.
And my girls can't understand this, again, because I'm a big old goof, right?
Sure.
When I found out he was scared of me, and then when I saw him, like face to face,
Yeah.
and I saw how scared he was, let me be honest with you, made me feel like a big man.
Okay.
Oh,
Made me feel like
it was a little bit intoxicating.
Made me feel like a big strong man. I felt like a big strong boy.
But he's like a stringy teenager.
Doesn't matter. He was scared of me.
How old was he? 14.
14.
All right.
I understand how this sounds coming out of my mouth, but
Yeah.
I'm being honest with everybody. The fact that I am physically intimidating
Yeah.
to
So did you lean into it at
teenage,
all?
but no, I went nice guy.
You almost
Okay.
feel like you didn't have to.
Well, that
You
one.
were already getting that feeling.
Done and
doing
done.
nothing.
Well, it was like, you know what I felt too? I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do him a favor and be a nice guy because I already tell I'm so scary. I'm so intimidating. So then, how about this?
Yeah.
I'm telling this story
Yeah.
down the hall because
Yeah.
Breezy, who works on PXY, she had asked me. I had told her
Yeah.
my daughter had a date. She goes, how did it go? And I had told the whole kid scared of me thing. She goes, yeah. My girlfriend's scared of you too.
Wait. Breezy's girlfriend is
Yeah.
scared of you.
Yeah, I don't know why. I go, why? She goes, because look at you. You're intimidating. And I'm finding out, do I not give off the nice guy that I
Well,
thought I did?
I mean, you're a good kid.
But
No, I mean, hey, we all have flaws, right? We're all God's
I
children.
know she's scared of you because you're physically intimidating, or is she scared of
I
you
hope
because
it's
she
not-
thinks you're going to make fun of her?
I hope it's not physically
No,
intimidating.
no. But you are loud.
Yeah.
Can we admit you're loud?
Yeah.
Right.
You know
All right.
you are.
Sure, I'm loud. Yeah.
You like to pick on people.
Okay, turquoise shoes.
And you don't know your limits sometimes.
You have made her girlfriend cry.
Wait, you made her cry?
You were here. It was
Why?
not.
I don't even remember why.
It wasn't a mean thing. It was a legitimate life discussion.
He was trying to be like a dad.
I was not. She asked me.
Oh, yeah, you're also a know-it-all. You're a loud know-it-all.
I'm a
He
know-it-all.
was trying to teach her what's right from wrong.
You are so misrepresenting the situation that
You
happened.
give out unsolicited advice.
I do not do that.
Well,
When?
Always.
All advice is solicited.
I don't know why she continues to come to this room and tell us stuff because the first thing you want to do is
shoot her
tell her
down.
why she's wrong.
Yeah, you shoot her down. Breezy, who comes in here, you shoot her down all the time.
I don't shoot her down.
Bro.
I would say you dad the conversation.
I'm a dad.
I know. I'm
Yeah, I know, but she's not your child.
But she
and
sounds like my 14-year-old.
I
She's
think
close
that's
to
what
your
it is.
age, right? She's in her
Yeah,
30s.
yeah, she's 30, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. Should I not have said that?
But
out loud?
other than that, yeah, you're a good person.
Shut up.
I mean, off the top of my head, I only have about 10 more things.
Okay.
But
I don't know, man.
we're running late.
I never saw. I haven't seen myself as physically scary in a long time, and it is. I'm not gonna lie. It does feel good. It feels pretty good.
Oh, you also like to play psychological warfare with people, and,
Oh.
Still
and you
thinking.
openly brag about it.
Do you hear
Openly
this? Do you hear this right now? Do you hear this right now?
Psychological
This is a man.
warfare.
Okay.
This is a man. You want to talk about
You
psychological
will
warfare?
find the one little
You-
flaw in somebody and pick. Pick.
You want to talk about psychological warfare? This is a man who, back on the old show, had a box of donuts that he would move closer to each other. So
Like an experiment.
two overweight men who were sitting next to each other would bump bellies trying to get donuts.
And I was wrong. They actually bumped heads
You did that. You
Yes.
did that.
on multiple occasions.
Okay.
Yes. I would put out fat bait.
I mean, people here are scared of you too, so I mean, you can't just say they're scared of him.
Yeah, but mostly because they think they're going to catch whatever that did to his face. Shut up.
Oh, your mom?
Ugly ass, bitch ass. Now I'm coming. Now I'm coming hard.
So was she. Well, that's how I got all over my face.
Oh my God.
That's what she said. Anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm going scary.
Why would you put yourself in that situation?
Let's leave it alone.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Shut
Kelly.
up. You're not helping.
Sometimes you just
You're
got to
not
hold your
helping.
nose and eat the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm the bad guy. Let's take a break. Speaking of holding your nose and eating the whole thing,
What happened?
I mean, these are delicious. These are absolutely delicious.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they're going to kill you. And normally we don't use, when I say kill, eventually,
Yeah.
if you eat a bunch of them. We don't normally do these like, right, top 5, blah, 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 blah. But the reason we're going to do this is because the worst possible thing you can eat fast food-wise
Yeah.
is not one you'd expect.
Not on my radar.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Look, this is more of a you got to be kidding me than a, oh, my God, check this out. Because we're not a list show.
Yeah.
We don't normally like to do lists. That being said, something that you may be eating thinking you're not doing terrible damage to yourself,
Yeah.
you may be wrong.
So it's like under the radar.
Yeah, because it's the worst possible fast food you can order in America. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So sitting in front of me right now, we have the 5 worst fast foods for your health you should avoid at all costs.
So is this calories, sugar, or just everything combo?
Everything
plated?
combined. For example, at number 4, the Wendy's Big Bacon Classic Triple.
Well,
Wait, it's
all
a
in the name.
triple?
Triple.
So that's triple patty, triple bacon, triple cheese.
Wow.
All of these things.
Yeah.
3 burger patties, bacon, American cheese, lettuce, tomato, pickle, onion, ketchup, and mayo. Sounds delicious. It's got 86 grams of fat, 36 grams of saturated fat, and the sodium, not great.
What's the calories?
I don't have calories, but
It's got to be 13. 13?
I don't know.
Oh.
Kimmy, you want to Google the calories? No. She's just-
Triple bacon.
Wendy's Big Bacon Classic Triple. By the way, I don't know if they still do it. They used to put as many patties as you
Yeah,
want.
I think they will still, probably, right?
I had a quintuple one time.
1,220 calories.
So I was close to 13, right?
Way to go. You're
So
also,
12, 13, 12, 13.
the Burger King Bacon King is on there.
Well, it's the king of bacon.
6 slices of bacon, 2
Wait, he has
patties,
6 slices of bacon. That's a half a pack of bacon, man.
They go on the McDonald's Big Breakfast that always shows up on this list.
So, but that's a combo plate, right?
Yeah, so it's the pancake, sausage, eggs, all that stuff.
Yeah, you get that syrup and butter on there, too.
All right, you ready for this, man? 158 carbs, 63 grams of fat, and it's 2,000 milligrams of sodium. So if you eat that, you're going to be a water balloon for the rest of the week. But
that came in at number 2?
that was 2. The number 1 worst fast food in America. Do you want to take a shot?
Is it a drink?
No.
Okay. So if it's not that, so we've already done Burger King?
Yep. Now, this is not the – okay, you're probably not going to guess this because it's not one that shows up in the fast food lexicon right away. In fact, we've only had these in Rochester for like 6 or 7 years.
Oh, is it a sub?
No. I will tell you. The Dairy Queen Honey Barbecue Chicken Strip Basket is the worst fast food in America you can buy.
You think that wouldn't be as bad because you're not getting all the bread and all the side stuff,
Yeah.
right?
It's chicken.
It's just chicken. It's just breaded
Yeah.
chicken. So where's
Some
it?
kind of sauce.
So the chicken fingers and fries, and so it's got 6 strips, fries, 3,570 milligrams of sodium, 61 grams of fat.
That doesn't even sound like a big meal, right? It's a basket with just
6 chicken fingers.
yeah. That doesn't. Like, if you looked at that, you would probably think, probably not bad for me.
So it turns out chicken fingers are very, very, very bad for you.
So the sodium's really high. you
Well,
said?
that and the fat. So, for example, Popeyes shows up on number 3 with their Louisiana garlic bone-in wings.
Okay, here's a rule of thumb I've learned over my years.
What's that?
If the first word in the thing you're eating is Louisiana, it's not good for you.
Come on, man.
Or any
It's gonna
southern
be
state,
good.
Mississippi, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Like anything that has a southern state in the
Yeah.
name. It's
Mississippi
going to be
mud
delicious,
pie.
but probably not the greatest.
So I feel dumb
Why?
because I always assumed, I mean, look, I know fried chicken is not good
No,
for
but it's
you.
usually the white meat.
Yep.
And I get the breading and the oil, but I wouldn't think it's that much.
Nope, it's bad. It's really,
Yeah.
really bad.
So it's worse than those burgers.
Yes,
Probably,
no, it is.
But it's also like, as a kid, like what your chicken fingers, chicken nuggets.
Easy
it was
to
like
eat.
the go-to thing. There's my parents were like, it's chicken.
I've been feeding my kids chicken nuggets their whole lives.
Yeah.
What am I doing
Yeah.
to them? Is that as bad as? I mean, they're not deep fried. I don't think. I don't know. I don't even know.
So like fried chicken in general has got to be right up there, just period. then.
I'm going to put it this
Like, how
way.
does a bucket of fried chicken not like KFC not rank?
Well, because that's not a meal. That's this is per serving. These are individual meals.
yeah.
By the way, the other stuff, at least with the chicken strip basket, they
Yeah.
count the fries. The other stuff, it's just the burger.
That's it. You ain't getting no fries.
Yeah, I mean, like the Wendy's classic triple, the 86 grams of fat is just the burger.
Just a
Before
sandwich.
fries and a drink.
I never want to look at menu calories ever again
Nah.
because you
If
can't.
you're going to go for it, don't look.
Yes,
Yeah, just enjoy your life.
you're gonna feel terrible. Oh,
Yeah.
whoa, yeah.
You're gonna live your life,
you-
baby.
You.
Tommy Fries used to call me. What?
Nothing.
I told you I worked with a kid. Now he was a kid when I was cutting meat back in the day. He would go to McDonald's. He'd walk across the street every day for lunch. He'd get 2 Big Macs, 2 large fries, and a chocolate shake. and then he would go back and work. And even then, that impressed me to eat. And by the way, we only had 30 minutes for lunch, so that means between the walking, he would eat that on the way back to work.
The fact that he didn't fall asleep,
But he was a
pretty
kid.
amazing.
He was a big kid, and then you burn it off.
So it turns out some of the stuff you would not expect is actually not terrible for you. Because, look, we all get in situations, you want to eat right, but I'm on the run, I got my kids, whatever. Like, Taco Bell has put out this, Cantina chicken menu
Okay.
that apparently is not bad for you.
I guess if you don't get all the loaded stuff, it's probably pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. By
Yeah.
the way, some of them, I don't want any of this. I don't want a Wendy's apple pecan salad.
No.
Ugh. The fruit and maple oatmeal at McDonald's isn't terrible for you.
All right, but it's just a bowl of oatmeal.
All right, can I have
You're not really getting the McDonald's experience.
Can we have a conspiracy theory chat?
All right.
All right. So Chipotle has been touted as a healthier option.
Yeah,
for
I
a
mean, it's
very long
rice,
time.
guacamole, right?
Okay.
Chicken.
I don't believe it.
Well, is it a
Depends on
better
what you-
bad choice?
Yeah, it depends on what you put on it too. I mean, if you don't load up the sour cream.
No,
then-
I
But
understand.
you got the beans and stuff are good for you, right?
I feel it. Well, yeah, but we also thought the chicken was good for us, and it turns out that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
I don't.
Right.
I think that I feel like this is just conspiracy theory that Chipotle is lying about how many calories are in
I
their
don't
food.
know. I don't feel. You know how you after you really indulge in fast food, you feel it.
Yeah.
I don't feel it when I eat Chipotle.
All right, it
I
doesn't
don't
hang with
feel
you.
like guilt. Maybe it's just a mind trick, but I don't feel as heavy and bleh.
But I felt that same way when I eat fried chicken. Like if I did, if I just had a couple of chicken
And maybe
fingers,
it's all in my head.
that's what I think it is.
Yeah.
I think
Right.
it's all in our head. We don't know what we're doing.
But sometimes they trick you into you thinking it's lighter.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you order a wrap
Okay.
over. I'm not going to get a sandwich. I
Yeah.
get a wrap.
Yeah.
But that wrap is probably just about as bad for you as the actual sub.
McDonald's used to sell these fried chicken snack wraps. Oh, they look.
Yeah,
remember
there's a
those.
reason why they're delicious.
Oh, I don't know why they don't make them anymore.
I thought they were gonna bring them back, and then I don't know, because everybody loved them. People go crazy for them.
252 WCMF. We're talking about the worst possible fast foods you can eat for your health. Turns out chicken fingers are way worse than you thought. Can I share a story with you?
Oh, I'd love a good fattening story.
So I would get a McDonald's fried chicken snack wrap on the way home from work every day for 2 years straight. That was my lunch.
Mhm.
And then they disappeared. And when we went to London for the Bills game last year,
Yeah.
and we walked, I wanted to see what a British McDonald's was like.
Yeah.
Had to try it. We walk in, snack wrap. Oh, you gotta be
So
kidding.
they're back.
You got to be kidding
in
me.
Britain.
Yeah. England's got them. We don't got them.
Mhm.
Ordered it. Totally different. Not the snack wrap America. It's not a red, white, and blue patriotic snack wrap.
So what was different
it
about
was
it?
just
Yeah.
it was a completely different
Oh,
wrap.
it wasn't even the same
No,
thing.
it wasn't even the same thing.
All
But
right.
there was no picture of it.
Oh.
And it came
Yeah.
out, and I almost wanted to be like,
Did you forget some stuff?
it was, I'm an American, and you did this wrong. This comes from where I come from, and you did this wrong. I want you to fix it. Fix it. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here at the break room. On CMF. Give me a rubber.
Adio, Monday Rubber.
For a Monday break room CMF. You know, we're starting to get to the darker times of sports right now.
Oh, that void?
Yeah, well, I mean, baseball's around the corner if you're into that kind of thing. The NBA playoff run is heating up. But I know, like, the NBA isn't huge in the greater Rochester area. You had all of this sports excitement from the tournament over the weekend, but that doesn't show back up again until Thursday.
Right.
So you got basketball and hockey.
You talking about this weekend?
I'm talking about for the next couple of days.
Oh.
Because there is, like, Kimmy, there is a hangover when you have all of this great sports stuff, and then all of a sudden it's just like
drops off.
Breaks for 4 days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to watch spring training baseball. Sabres don't skate again till tomorrow live on CMF, but you want to call that a sporting event.
And they're out, right?
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah.
Again. I don't know how you watch that team, man.
Wait, what?
It is tough. You got to find something to root for.
Also, my daughter had her last game of the season last night.
Oh, she's done.
So
now you're free to watch more sports that aren't on TV.
It's very cruel.
Yeah.
Maybe she can go help the Sabres.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, we have been spoiled here lately with the Amerks. They've gone on some
Yeah,
runs.
they're on a run?
Yeah.
Yep, I think they won again yesterday. Yeah, they're in a good spot right now. But again, it's not one of those things. The
Yeah.
Amerks on our team you can sit down and like put on
Sure.
TV and watch.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I tell you how sad it's gotten for me?
What?
So, my daughter's club hockey team lost in the state playoffs 2 weeks ago. Last night was the championship game for the Greater Rochester Girls Hockey League.
Yeah.
And they won the championship. It was great.
Fantastic.
But I bought a $10 mobile microphone, like a lapel mic.
To do what?
I put it on my daughter and I mic'd her up for the game yesterday.
Then what do you do with it?
Well, like I have 36 minutes of footage that I'm having to comb through now. I put up a little clip on my Instagram, Duffy on WCMF yesterday. It's very
So
fun.
she's mic'd up while she's playing.
It turned out amazing. I can't believe how well the mic sounded.
Yeah.
And the great camera skills from her dad. But like,
You know what? I was thinking about that. I was like, who's taping all? Like, were you just running around the edge of the ring?
and I was not running. I had my spot. I've watched enough pro sports where I understand angles. Kimmy,
You're like
Okay.
a pro.
thank you. I had a scarf and a beret on while I was doing it.
Charge other parents to do this.
No, let's not get any ideas. No, but like
Yeah.
I've watched like the footage like 3 or 4 times because like I just need some kind of competition in my life.
Wait,
right
you
now.
just did this for yourself?
I kind of did it for myself.
Just purely for entertainment?
Well, I mean, like it was gonna like I figured it would be a nice memory for her to have when she got older, right? Like, well,
Well, you know, rugby's on right now. And you can watch European soccer.
oh, I'm sorry that I'm not gonna watch some reality show with my wife that involves a boat like a bitch.
You
You're
should
missing
start. By the way, it's getting
Don't
really.
you dare.
It's getting really good. The season's wrapping up.
Well,
and,
is it really?
and these kids have not pulled it together yet.
Get the hell out of here! Who would have saw that coming? I mean, it almost like it works for like an arc and a theme for the show.
They fired one of the chefs.
Get out of here!
Yeah.
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
a little competition for you.
What's going on?
Well, it's everyone's favorite break room game.
Oh, yeah. Where are they watching sports in the hood?
Not tonight, not here. Where are they whining? Just after 9 o'clock, Kimmy's got her post. She's gonna let it loose. We're gonna listen.
Gotta listen.
Figure out where they whine just after 9 o'clock tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. We got to get out of the way. For Kimmy,
Yep.
who says you should be a kind dad to the boys trying to date your daughter.
Be kind to the boys.
That's right. To Tommy Muley, who is
I'm always kind to the boys.
far too kind to the
Yep.
boys. In fact, there's a police officer
You know
out
what? There's
front.
no, what?
You were going to say, I'm sorry.
No.
No, I'm done. I don't want to talk
I was
anymore.
just buying candy from that kid.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.